Now.
Did you eat?
Say what?
Did you eat? Did you eat anything? Did you get something to eat?
I still have something to eat right here. There not enough time. Not enough time. Let's see. I got to bring RA up just to see where we're getting with this. RA is having a couple of technical issues. Are you there, sir?
It says I'm in the show. Everyone can see you and hear you.
You know what? I wonder if you're using. Do you have a cover on your tablet, RA?
Yeah, uh-huh.
It's not like covering the camera, is it?
Does it have a lid, like a cover, like a top to it, like a book?
Yeah, it's like a book. I flipped the camera. Maybe I should flip it back.
Flip it back.
Can you see me now?
Negative.
Let me try it one more time. Nothing?
Nothing. What about if you flip the whole tablet around? Like, what camera are you using? Are you using the camera that you're looking at the screen, or are you using the other camera? You're looking at
the camera that's on the screen.
So close the cover on your tablet and flip your whole tablet around. Let's see if we see you that way.
You mean take it out of the cover?
No. I think if it's got a lid on it, just close it like it's a book, right?
Oh, yeah. Can you see me now?
No. Well, hey, this is a live event, everybody. Sorry we're a couple of minutes late. We're having some technical glitches. We are, as you can see, ironing them out in real time. We're not going to let this get us down. We're not going to let this stop us from getting this going. So we're just going to, part of the show is going to involve us trying to figure this out, I guess.
Did it ask you for permissions when you click the link? Permission for your camera and microphone?
I don't know.
Okay, fair enough.
I told you, I'm a half a click up above Amish.
Well, we'll get it worked out. In the meantime, everybody who is tuning in, you are here with me, George C. Romero, my ever faithful and present producer, Joe Ridgely, and the voice of R.A. Mihailoff, a dear friend of mine, who we are experiencing a few technical issues with the camera. But he is here. And, if we have to do it this way with a sort of a radio interview, that's just going to be how it's going to have to be, because we're lucky to have him here.
Absolutely.
And he's being such a good sport about the technical issues. And, man, R.A., I appreciate the hell out of you for being here, man. I know that this is a crazy time for the world and a crazy time for everybody, and it means a lot to me that you're here.
Well, George, I'm very happy to sort of be here.
Oh, you're here. You're absolutely here. You're online live. We're talking. And if there's no camera, there's no camera. That doesn't mean we can't talk. I mean, hell, man, I did radio interviews before the internet.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I'm baffled by this.
That's all right. We'll just move forward.
Because on my end, it says you're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you.
It's got to be a camera permission then.
Yeah. It's got to be a permissions issue.
Want to try to do it one more time?
Sure, by all means. I'm going to knock you out of the broadcast again. When you click that link in the email, just make sure you're looking to see if it's asking you to give permission for anything. And if it is, click yes.
Okay.
Please. All right. I'll get you out in just a sec.
Ladies and gentlemen, Thank you for bearing with us through these technical difficulties. We appreciate you sticking with us, coming back. I definitely blame Joe Ridgely, Lance. I mean, I've got the coffee mug for it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, like Wheels is jumping to Joe's defense.
Still a great weekend, absolutely. I like that one. Let's blame Joe Castro instead.
We can't blame Joe Castro. He's awesome. When everybody sees what he has in store for everybody tomorrow, we're going to flip the fuck out.
Hi, April.
I have to send him his link and his stuff. So I'm going to do that right now.
And we still got a blank screen for RA. This show must go on. Unfortunately, the camera is not working.
I'm mystified because, like I said, even though I'm showing a black square,
Right.
it says you're in the show. Everyone can see and hear you.
Well, we can all hear you.
Well, you know what's probably better? You don't see my ugly face.
No, come on now. Listen, so how are you doing? Let's kick it off. How are you doing? Are you staying safe? Are you staying healthy? Are you feeling good? Living life, loving life, the whole thing?
All of the above, George. All of the above. How about yourself?
Not too bad, man. Not too bad. Things are okay here. Kentucky's just starting to get a handful of cases now. You know, we've got a friend in the healthcare industry who may or may not have COVID-19, so we're waiting on bated breath to find that out. But, you know, it is what it is. Life is changing. The landscape is changing. We talked about that a little bit on the phone the other day. And, you know, I think maybe that would be a good thing to talk about because you're like me. You prefer to live sort of not necessarily off the grid, but maybe on the fringe of the grid. Yeah.
Oh yeah, on the fringe for sure, and eventually off.
Right. That's the whole point.
Hey, I don't know if you remember me telling you this the other day. This is the idiot that was up in a cabin in the woods, locked and loaded and provisioned for Y2K, man.
Well, yeah, and I told you, I said, well, I'm in Kentucky. I'm always locked and loaded.
Well, that was coming off of like 25 years straight in Southern California. I had to come back and readjust.
Yeah, that was crazy. I lived full time in LA almost 15 years, and when I left LA in 15, I had to find a whole new. I had to rediscover myself on every level that was not the LA level. I mean, it was crazy. I literally went walkabout through the entire United States with a good buddy of mine and a dog, and we hit 48 states in 18 weeks. And I had to remember life outside of that city and outside of the grind that is Los Angeles. And it was an adjustment. You're right. What was the hardest part of making that adjustment for you when you made that choice?
Well, the deal is, George, since Y2K, I've, been splitting my time almost, it started more of time in Southern California, and then a little bit here. And then every subsequent year, it seemed to be I'd delay going back to Southern California.
Yep.
Longer, and, eventually I want to buy property and seriously get set up. I have my eye on a piece of property. Listen to this. This is so cool. I've got my eye on a piece of property that's on a dead end road. It's there's a swamp across the road. So, there's never going to be any neighbors across from you. And anybody coming down that dead end road, they're either coming to do business or do evil,
Right. Yeah, man. I've got my eye on a couple of places here in the state of Kentucky that have a nice 360-degree field of view. Just so you know I can't see you. I know you can't see me, but we're getting
that's a strange thing. I can see you.
Oh, you can?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'll put my clothes back on. Sorry. We're getting a lot of love from the Indie Brigade right now. You're getting a lot of love. People are commenting.
My buddy C.W. Penny chimed in.
Oh yeah, CA or CW. There you go. CWRA. Man, so many initials.
Yes. Yeah. up in Newfoundland, eh?
Yeah. CW is
Listen,
great. He was on our season 3 opener last night with Dan Yeager. Dan's coffee company is going to be the official coffee sponsor of the Indie Brigade. So as you can tell, since you can see me, I sit here with like a minimum of 2 cups of coffee ready to go while I do this stuff. And I've got another pot on the way in here in a minute. So coffee is life around these parts.
You know, yeah. What do we want to call this? Pre-hysteria, pre-disturbance, pre-pandemic. I actually voluntarily cut my coffee consumption in half.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you want to know the truth? It was taking up too much room in my stomach.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I have to, I got to have a lot of high protein and good, food to get bigger, better, stronger, just like my cousin Arnold.
We've got more love coming in for you in the comments. Let's see. From CW, we got Holly. I love you, RA. We got
Holly, I love you too.
April saying RA gives great hugs. April
love, hi.
Man, people are thrilled you're here. And for anybody who is upset that we can't see RA, we will have this worked out by tomorrow, because I believe you're also going to join the chainsaw panel. Yeah.
If I don't start day drinking.
Well, maybe you should join even if you do start day drinking.
Well, hey, think of the ramifications of that statement. If we can't get the damn camera to work when I'm stone cold sober.
Well, maybe that's the problem.
I can grab a beer right now.
So what's going on with you, RA? What's going on in your life, in your professional life? Talk to us. Like, fill us in for people who are excited to hear from you. What's going on with you lately? What are you doing?
Well, this was going to be a banner. This was going to be a banner year for me. I had so much stuff lined up. I mean, I was booked solid for I've already lost a couple of appearances due to the event. Now, and I want to make this perfectly clear. I'm not complaining, because I know there are so many people far worse off than I am, but it's just a statement of fact. It was going to actually be a banner year for me, and now I have a feeling in the pit of my stomach that everything's just going to domino and go straight to the toilet.
Man, I hope that's not the case. We've been talking about that off and on throughout the day so far today. I think that the business is going to have to look back to the indie world. I think it's going to have to come back to where we all are, all the people who are excited to be tuning in to watch you, and all the members of the Indie Brigade. We're at a point now where we've got an opportunity to really step up and show the industry that there is a way to create independently of all of the massive expenditures and productions that studios put on. Indie filmmakers have been doing that forever, grabbing a couple of friends. And I mean, hell, indie filmmakers social distanced, but not by choice growing up. We weren't exactly the most popular kids around. So, we were schooled in social distancing instead of educated about it. And, and we still figure out a way to make movies and get our art out there, That's always twisted me up to say it. But, I think we're at a point where we're going to have to figure stuff like that out. And, you're not the only person whose 2020 has been shot to shit. And it sucks. It really sucks all the way around, and I'm wondering, with your unique perspective on life, that we share a lot of the same things based on our call the other day. What do you think? How is the landscape going to change? What can the indie world do to step up and fill the void that's going to happen when this thing finally passes and all the big giant studios and big money guys, are scrambling to try to spin up the machine again, right? There's going to be an opportunity for the indie world in that small window of time for a handful of people from the world of indie to reach out and grab the brass ring and really make a difference and get noticed, right? I mean, what are your thoughts on sort of the new landscape of how this is all going to happen after this coronavirus thing dies down?
Well, George, that is the tallest, the deepest question of the day. Right now, we have no way of predicting how deeply affected everything is going to be. So our indie world, yeah, we'll come back and we'll always fill in the niches, but will the studios fold? I don't know. Here's some things that really bother me. I'm not a sports fan. I could give a shit if I could figure out how to get ESPN off of my cable so I didn't have to pay for it. I'd do it in a minute. But the fact that all the professional sports have shuttered, and what even bothers me more than anything is Las Vegas is dark.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. I was there a month ago. I was in Las Vegas a month ago. It was hustling, bustling, going full speed. And my good friend who owns the Palomino Club in Las Vegas, last week he wrote me a text saying it looked like Walking Dead there.
Yeah, I know. So, this thing has shut down a country.
The world, the Olympics just got canceled.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah, it shut down the world, but I mean, like, it shut down America. I mean, that's pretty fucked up.
Totally fucked up. And who knows where the end? How will it end? Nobody knows. I mean, listen. I want to be a Pollyanna. Hope for the best. I want everything. I was hoping that at the end of the 2-week quarantine, everything would sort of start ramping back to normal. It may have been a protracted return, but I was hoping for that. But I don't know. Here's what I say. Hope for the best, prepare for the worst.
That's right. That's daily life, right? Hope for the best and expect the worst.
Yeah.
So, I think, I don't know. I think now is the time when people should sort of, we were talking about this earlier on the show too. I think now is the time for people who are creative to go back to the things that inspired them, to go back to the things that were their form of escape or the thing that made them want to get into this in the first place. Maybe we could talk about that. Like, how did you end up in this life, man? And what do you like about it? And what was what made the struggles and the challenges and the fight to do it? What made it all worth it?
Excellent question, George.
Thank you.
I don't know. It just was almost like organic to me. I came from a very small town. It was my high school was like High School Musical in the sense that the theater people and the jocks were at odds with each other.
Yeah.
But somehow I transitioned both worlds. I was a football player and a wrestler, and I was also I don't want to brag, but I was the star of the high school drama what do you call it, class.
Right.
So it just I don't know. I started out wanting to be a visual media artist, and then the minute I was eligible to audition for plays, I got the lead role, and it was it was like it just that just took over everything, and from that point on, I knew I wanted to be an actor, and that was I'm going to date myself, but that was at the end of at the height of the counterculture. So I was very anti-disestablishment, and I almost didn't graduate high school, not because I was stupid or lazy, just because I had a bad attitude, and I didn't want to, I didn't want to do the required reading or write the papers or anything like that. So I was at the point of being failed for my senior year, and I made a deal with my English teacher that was going to fail me. There was a student drama festival coming up at Edinburgh State College.
Yeah.
And I this is the deal I made. I will write, produce, direct, and star in a one-act play for this drama competition. You pass me or fail me on the strength of my output. He made the deal. We did it. I passed, and the rest is not history, but
I made my share of deals with English teachers over the years too. And again, it wasn't because I couldn't do the work. It was because I didn't like doing the work. And then I realized that my brain worked differently than other people's. And it was the same kind of, I had a couple of similar situations to you where it became about, let me prove that I'm capable of this stuff, just not in the way that you're trying to force it down my throat. And kids can't really do that these days, man. Not that we're old or anything, but we're older than the kids who are in school these days. And that kind of thing doesn't exist anymore. It was almost like they would reward your ambition more back then, and that seems to have gone away. But the indie world is a place that's made for people like us. People who don't think like other folks and people who don't learn like other folks. We're not wired like I don't know. I don't even know what you call people who we're not wired like, but we're just not. We're
in the biker world, we call them citizens.
Yeah, that's true. But I think that's it's like you said, it's organic. We're wired a certain way. We're wired for this business. We're wired to create one way or another. Maybe before we got to go here, can you hit us with a quick story about some great story about just give us an awesome on-set story for one of your favorites.
Oh, okay. Okay. This is not really a specific story, but it's the beginning of something. As you know, Kane Hodder was a stunt coordinator on that movie, and that was the beginning of a friendship between me and Kane Hodder, which has lasted to this day. We have a very similar sense of humor, and we had a blast doing the movie, cutting up, and playing practical jokes and stuff like that. And but probably one of the most special nights on that movie, Leatherface, Texas Chainsaw Massacre 3, was the night. Of course, it's no secret. It was directed by my dear friend Jeff Burr.
Yeah,
and it had been it had been and still is my ambition to at that time to go to Hollywood and make movies with my friends. So here I am playing the titular character in this movie. It was the big. I don't know how well you remember the movie, but in the beginning there's a big body pit scene.
Mm-hmm.
And several of my friends were working on that night. I wasn't even scheduled for that night, but I rode up just to hang out with everybody. And there, for that brief shining moment of time, was everything that I'd ever hoped for. Making what I still consider a decent semi-studio picture. Working with my friends. That's everything I'd ever wanted.
That's it, right? That's actually that's an amazing message. That's that image that you created of rolling up on that and seeing it in that moment in time. We talk a lot about moments in time on the Brigade, especially our designers blog, The Devil is Into Details, about capturing a moment that you'll hold on to forever. And that moment could end up inspiring. You don't even know all the things that moment will inspire for your whole life moving forward.
And it still does. It still gives me inspiration every single stinking day. You know, every day.
Well, there you go.
Every
One
day
last question. One last question for you. What do you ride?
I've got you don't even. I've got a '74 shovel head.
All right.
Which
man,
what?
that just really made me sad. I want to come ride bikes with you.
Which one of my bros says should be in the Smithsonian Institution because it's a miracle it runs.
All right, it's a pleasure to have you on. Thank you so much, man. We got to go.
All right, George. Hey, I apologize to you, and I apologize to the fans because of my I don't know if this is the right word, Ludditism. That we weren't able to figure out how to get the camera working. Maybe by tomorrow night we will. We'll
figure it out by tomorrow night. Absolutely, we will. We'll try to figure it out either later tonight or tomorrow morning with you, me, and Joe.
Yeah, maybe we ought to do a little pre-show run through.
Sounds great.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks, man.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for having me on the show.
Absolutely.
Bye. Oh, that was cool.
That guy.
Hey, we got to keep rolling. Got your next guest on. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, all right. He looks like he's ready.
Jan Birch, how's it going, brother?
Very good, man. Under the circumstances, I'm doing absolutely fantastic, I have to say.
Where are you right now?
I'm in LA. I'm in on self-quarantine for the last 9 days now.
Yeah.
Right now I'm in my Jeep. Everybody's in the freaking house now. Nobody's going anywhere. So I can't get to my office outside my house because I'm not supposed to be there. So, I'm doing this from my car, which is kind of cool too.
Well, listen, you couldn't be in a safer environment for a convention during a time when nobody can get together, right? So
that's true. There's no fist bumps today,
No,
like you normally do it anyway. We try to be careful no matter, virus or no virus, like a lot of times in the beginning, years and years ago, you shook everybody's hand and a lot of us got a cold afterwards. So, we always already before this bullshit happened, we always extra careful on conventions, but obviously this way, there is no way. As long as not a way we know about yet. You never know. Tomorrow they might have a way to do fucking virtual virus shit.
The COVID-19 via email.
Yeah. Don't open your text messages.
Man, it's good to have you here again. You've done the show, the Indie Brigade show, and your love and support for what we're doing is huge to me. So, I'm a big fan, and it means the world to me that you're part of literally the first online convention. So
no, I'm happy to be involved. It's not like we have a million other things to do right now.
Right?
All the productions are halted basically. I think right about now in LA they've been halted for a while, but across the country I think they are closing down one after the other if they haven't already. So it's everything is pushed now for me too. So it's just like hunker down and stay safe.
Yeah, well, that's all we can do, and I think if we're responsible and we do our part, I think we'll, what's the big phrase, flatten the curve or whatever. So, hopefully. Yeah,
I think the Italy, what they did a little too late, and I hope we weren't too late. We were a little late in Louisiana and stuff, but they didn't realize to what extent you can, if you still don't have a single symptom, but you're like, in a day or two, you will get your first symptoms. You can still spread it, no matter what age you are. And I guess that they figured that out a little late in Italy. And some states over here had not really figured it out yet, I don't think. I don't think they're careful enough because it's going to it's just exploding right now. It's like,
yeah, I know. I'm actually happy to be in Kentucky. Our governor, Kassir, he's been killing it. He was one of the first to shut stuff down, which sucked for all the people who lost their jobs. But on the other hand, it's not that bad here yet. I'm sure it'll get bad, but as of now, we're okay. It seems to be all right as long as and most people around here seem to be respecting all the stuff. So, and besides, we're already we're already, it's a quarter mile between neighbors here. So you don't live in Kentucky if you don't want to already social distance, So.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's the same like my home country, Sweden. That's a lot. The Stockholm has it bad, but the rest of it, it's like my hometown has 100,000 people all together, spread over quite some acreage, so to speak. So on miles and miles and miles. It's not exactly the same as in LA is even better than New York too. New York, everybody's walking everywhere and they're so close to each other. I think that's had a major factor in how fast it's going over there.
I agree. In New York, I always felt like a rat in a maze. I lived there for a while, way back in the 90s, but just felt like a rat in a maze. Everything was all stacked on top of itself. I definitely liked LA over New York, but that was me. I love New York as a place to visit. I love the city and what it stands for, but I couldn't live there very long.
No, same with me actually. I moved there. I actually took a move there in '96 in January from LA just to try it out. Got with a specific New York agency and hung for a while, but then I booked a movie in LA, and like 2 months later, so I just moved back.
Yeah. Well, how is this stuff affecting what's going on with you? I mean, how is it affecting your work? How is it? Obviously, everything you're currently working on has been shut down, but do you have plans or, what? Here's a question nobody seems to be asking. All anybody is saying anywhere is everything's shut down, everything shuts down. Nobody's asking, like, is there a plan for when it's no longer shut down?
I don't think anybody knows. Our leaders don't know, so I don't think anybody really has a clue. They're just being extra careful. But for example, for me, I had a movie in April. That's now obviously not happening at the moment. It's postponed. And then I have a TV show that I did 4 episodes of. Luckily, right before this, I actually came back from Michigan March 2nd, I think, after the 4th episode. And then like a week after that, everything just hit the fan here. So I'm supposed to go back and shoot another 4 episodes May, June, but hopefully we can do it. Otherwise, it's not going to be killed. I saw a clip from the 4th episode that I did, and it's absolutely amazing. So I'm not going. I know they're gonna continue. Then I have another one in July. I mean, originally July. So another really cool movie called Demons Within, which is for once I get to play the priest that actually do the exorcism instead of the demon that comes out of the body. So I'm really looking forward to that. It's more like a Max Headroom spin and a modern exorcist movie. And the Swede played it last time, so I think they just wanted to make sure they do it the right way. So I'm doing it this time. And God bless him, by the way. Max just passed away, like a week ago. Absolutely, enormously brilliant actor that I really looked up to. So shout out to him. God bless him. And thanks for giving us so much screen time.
Yeah, I know. It was a pretty big loss actually for the indie world. And, and it sucks because most of our audience, as you know, they feel it when guys like him go. But, the mainstream, and there's so many people who don't realize the contributions and the things that guys like him did and contributed to the not only the genre, but to a way of life. I mean, how many fans and all of that stuff,
Yeah. And it was funny because I read the script and I'm like, the priest was young, so I had that kind of experience, and so I talked to the director. He said, yeah, but we want to rewrite that, like, your name came up, and we just said no, he's got to play it. But in the script is like this younger Hispanic pastor, and then I read the story when that I didn't remember when Max just passed. They posted an old interview about The Exorcist, and he said, when I read the script, I thought I was playing the younger priest, but they wanted me for the older one. So it was kind of like a reverse, but same kind of experience with when we read the script, we got the different impression kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that was kind of cool. I'm like, whoa, that was a synchronicity right there.
So how do you feel going into playing something like that? How does that make you Like, what do you take into something like that? What do you take in with you as an actor into your performance when you go to do that?
This one, I'm going to go quite deep into prepping, I think, because it's really it's a lot. It's a lot to you know, play the you know, the funnel, the source through God himself that it is in these kind of stories, and what that brings with it, and fighting the evil that and you like have to stand down for whole, you know, have to stand up for all humanity basically, and prove that that this is real and you can do it. And I don't know, it takes a lot of reflection. I think I you know, I need some time on it. So I was going to, right after the Tale of Tales, which is the name of the TV series with Harley Wallen as a directing it. It's fantastic. Right after that, I'm just going to go deep on, you know, deep cover myself up with, you know, like I'm doing now. Now I actually it's pretty perfect. I'm going to start working on the script already. I just didn't want to work on it too early because it's such an opposite to what I do in the TV series. Yeah. Where I play I play a 70s hippie drug dealer in a strip club. So you know, I'm going from the evil of evil in the sin, in the way of sin, to bring light to a person to get rid of a demon. So it's like the mindset is not exactly the same.
You do so much in this sort of world, though. With, you know, I mean, how much of this stuff do you pay attention to and read about in outside of work? In other words, do you dedicate any time to learning about demonology, or do you read about any of that stuff in your spare time, or is this just something that you just go each role in head first and decide as an actor what you need to do, or has, you know what I mean? Is there any fascination for you in the world of all the demon stuff that, you know, outside of the roles you play, because you do so much in that? It's got to bleed over, I would think, somehow, right? Do you just pick up books and read about that shit sometimes?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I read a lot of spiritual books, you know, spirituality, more like a universal spirituality, and that we all connected, and you know, there's this, you know, vibrational frequency, which is basically when you feel good, it's all love, and when you don't feel good, it's all fear. And I think a lot of the demonology and old scriptures and ideas and thoughts from people has come from people spreading, you know, there's vibrationally spreading thoughts and fear basically. And the more fear the more fear that comes out in the universe, the darker it gets. And I think it's just intertwined, you know, energy, or, you know, that just keeps repeating itself and affecting people. So yeah, I like reading about those things for sure, and you know, try to meditate every day to raise my vibration, and then from there you can kind of look at everything more clearly, no matter, you know, whatever side it's on.
Out in LA, and you know, and I definitely am on the same page with you about the sort of universal vibration that's out there. You know, that's one of the reasons that we try to push out the energy we try to push out of the Indie Brigade. You know, it's because I really do believe that kind of energy does resonate out there. And you know, if the only way we have to get a message out is through the internet with no smell and no feelings and no nothing, then at least there's some sort of energy that we can put out there that does create a vibration like that out there somehow, you know, and it seems to be working. People are loving what we're doing. And, you know, we've got some people who are thrilled to be here with you, and, you know, I'm thrilled you're here again. You know, I think sort of the tone of the day is talking about, you know, sort of the indie world, and a lot of the people who are tuned in are indie filmmakers or trying to be indie filmmakers, you know. And so I think maybe what I'd love to talk about would be, you know, from the standpoint of a performer, you know, maybe we could talk a little bit about, or you could give me your opinion on, say you're going to work on a film, on an indie film, with maybe somebody who doesn't have as much experience as you behind the camera or in the director's chair. You know, how do you try to work with, how do you try to bring your experience to help filmmakers help you get a good, you know what I mean, get what you need. So
yeah. I got you.
Yeah.
No, normally after I read the script, before I even read the script, I ask, a lot of times in these indies, the director is the same, the writer is the director. That happens a lot. And in those situations, I even ask before, if they say, hey, would you mind reading this? I'd like to, read it for this and that part, like to offer you that, and this is what we're doing. And they give me some, like summary information on it. And then I, early, I ask right away, I ask, so if I read this, is it, you're open for interpretation, or you're open for ideas a little bit? And most of the time they are, and then I read it more with a free mind. And if something doesn't make sense, even on the script level, I bring it up and I discuss it, and we tweak it a little bit together. That's the best scenario. If they let you do the collaboration before you're already in front of and behind the camera, I think that's the nicest approach, or the approach that I like the most. And then when you get on set, you shoot it. And most of these indies, even if the budget might be smaller, now when we had Red and all digital stuff, they have a little bit more time, and we can take it more than once. Like when you shot on film independent and you had $100,000 to shoot it, you take one take, or maybe two, because that's all they could afford. But if you do these kind of movies like below $1 million. Or slightly over, now with digital, you still have time to work with these directors if they are a little green, and if we don't agree, I'm just saying, hey, let's just shoot it the way the way you see it, but can you please just give me one take and I'll tell you how I see it. And a lot of times we end up somewhere in between.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they keep their first one, and then I realized it actually worked because we saw it a little different way. When the whole picture comes out, you're not, even if you have experience, you're not always right, because you don't see the whole film maybe the way the filmmaker sees it. So I had those experiences too, and then I had a lot of experiences where I did have they used my input, and then and it worked, very, very well and much better. And the director acknowledged it, and they're humble, and we're both humble, and we said, hey, it's all about collaboration. A film is not made by one person. A film is made by a team, all the way from the bottom to the top. You can't make a movie without a PA. You can't make a movie for a second AD and the first AD and the catering and the craft service. You can't make a movie without all of it. And if everybody works together, and then now we're getting back to vibration again. The best results I've had is when you feel a family feeling and everybody is respecting each other and are humble. And even if you once in a while have one person that locks himself into the trailer, that's usually, it still works out. But if you have 5 people doing that, then, those movies usually they don't look too good when they come out.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had both of those situations. And you do your best, but I think that there's wisdom in what you're saying, and I think as a filmmaker and a producer and a director, for me, it's all about giving everybody on the cast and the crew the freedom to feel that they've got input. I've never been somebody to say, fuck your input, I'm not going to listen to it. I'm the guy who will listen, and I'll try to deal with as much as I possibly can, or go with as many suggestions as I possibly can, as long as I believe it's going to potentially contribute to the overall goodness of the film. So hang on one second here. I'm just getting some information because of my okay, we're all good. Just making sure that I'm getting, we're doing this whole thing in real time, so we're ironing stuff out in real time.
Okay.
So I appreciate your patience. We've had a few technical glitches on the back end today, but I think we'll be okay. Yeah. So now I got to get back on track here. So listen.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. So what are you doing to keep yourself busy and creative during these times, man? I mean, how are you fighting the sort of isolation, bombardment of negativity from the news and all this other shit going around?
Yeah, I don't watch much news at all. I normally don't watch news anyway, period. Before this crisis, I a lot of times I just put YouTube on the big screen with with the volume, and I or on my phone and in the headphones, and I listen to sometimes I just listen to birds chirping or dolphins in the water, just to get the feel, and then sometimes I listen to some 432 frequency stuff and healing energy, and like I rather like that than news. And then I work, what I've taken opportunity this time, it's actually I had some Skype meetings with some new agents that are very interested. It's nice to take time for that. And then I actually updated all my resumes on all these media that are out now. iActor at SAG and Breakdown Services, and iAct and Actors Access, and they have all these services that producers and directors go to call people in for interviews and so forth. Obviously, as you probably know. And I haven't updated that for a while. You just don't get time to do those things. And I realized there's like 6 or 7 resumes out there, and I updated my photos. I did, administrative stuff. I actually updated my website. Every single page of my website had something dated on it, so I just went through there, and that was nice. It took a whole day. But whenever I never, it's been years since I've done that. I have to admit.
Yeah. It's funny, the stuff that falls, the stuff that takes the back seat. And speaking of your website, it's janbirch.com, and we've got a scroll up here with it on the screen. People can get in touch with you there. People can find out. They can get to your YouTube channel, find out what you got going on. What can they get? What can they find? What do you want them to find at your site? What do you want them to go do?
I mean, anything they're interested in, but if they want to buy something, they can always go to a store as well. I have T-shirts, and I don't have specific 8x10s listed. It's because I have such a big collection, and that's one thing I haven't been able to update it and like add a whole page on my website with all the different photos, because I really it's such a different what people like. But if they want a specific one, they can just mention a movie, and I pick one from that movie and I sign it. Otherwise, on that, they can just Venmo or PayPal me. They can get all the info on the website. $25, and I send them a signed photo.
Awesome.
$25 for a T-shirt with a Stairmaster on it. It's kind of like an enormously cool print, I have to say.
Yes, it really is. I've actually got the site up right now. Hey, so listen, I'm asking everybody to kind of do this. I hope you're cool with this one. Can you give us like an amazing story from the Stairmaster, from you being the Stairmaster and people under the stairs? Can you give us an amazing story from set?
I have quite a few in my mind, but I think let me see. Yeah, I'll now in these times, I would like to reflect on Wes Craven's compassion and his spiritual groundness and his love in a story that happened during shooting. So we were in this scene, and it was the very emotional scene between me and Brandon, that played Fool, Brandon Adams, when he was trying to explain to me how I can get out. And me not having a tongue, it was all, and a lot of foam on my face and prosthetics. It was quite difficult for me to reflect and to show emotions in the same way as you do when you don't have the foam on. But so we took it quite a few times. That was my what I have to work with. Brandon, on the other hand, was kind of green, and he's been really good all through. This is quite late in the shooting. He was being really good through the whole thing, and just this was late at night too. He just was tired. He didn't get it out. It wasn't real, and it was an enormously important scene for Wes and for the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Because it basically just summarizes everything, and what this black kid now becomes the superhero, which was Wes's intention. So we couldn't do it. Did it over and over again, and then Wes said, "Hey, Brandon, come with me for a second." And he walks out, and we were at Renmar Studios in Hollywood at the time. I don't know, it's called something else now, but it was like over 2 huge blocks in the middle of it, and middle of Hollywood there, LA. And Wes took Brandon and he jogged him 2 laps around the studio. The door flies open, and then he runs up. He just shouts, "Everybody ready!" He throws, basically, in a way, Brandon onto the set, and he says, "Action!" And then we played it, and it was like Brandon was everything he wanted to be at that point, and that was the cut that they kept for the movie, and it was brilliant.
Yeah.
And it would just show you how of a real person he is, how compassionate he was. I mean, the other takes were okay, but they weren't perfect. It had to be perfect for Wes, and so he basically, jogged for 20 minutes with an 11-year-old, and then just not telling him what he was going to do either. Brandon told me afterwards, or not now, later on, he said, I had no clue what was happening. All of a sudden, I was jogging with Wes Craven around Hollywood in the middle of the night. And then he just like basically slings him into the scene and says action. And what he could do was to focus right there in the moment, and the lines just flew. And I mean, yeah, I get goosebumps telling it, but that's a Wes story for you.
That's a pretty great story, Jan.
Thank you.
Thank you. Listen, I can't thank you enough for joining us, man. Seriously, I love you. I love that you come and support us, and I'm so proud you're here, buddy. Thank you.
We're seeing the
Thank
love
you.
over here.
I'm very, very happy to be here. Anytime. Love what you guys do, and like I said, the vibe's right here. So let's just stay there.
Thank you, brother.
Well, can I bring up?
Oh, wait, hold on. Joe's got shows on the screen.
Well, yeah, got a couple of comments from people.
Boom! Look at that. Laureen Landon loved working with you on Agramon's Gate.
I love working with her too, actually, very much.
How great was The People Under the Stairs, ahead of its time?
Yep.
Great.
Oh, definitely.
And our very own Terry, love your positivity and inspiration.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks for the story. It was a very good story.
Everybody in the brigade is super positive and full of good energy, except Joe.
Fair enough. We got a couple more minutes left. Jan, social media and everything. Where can everybody find you? And information.
On Twitter, it's just Jan Birch. On Instagram is Jan Birch page. Facebook fan page is just Jan Birch. And YouTube channel, you can find me on Jan Birch, even through the website, janbirch.com, all that.
Great. It works.
Thank you so much.
Everybody's looking like deer in headlights. Thanks again for coming on, and we will be in touch with you again when your next movie comes out, when all this crap blows over.
Oh yeah, I got like 7 things pending though. So, and they maybe they release it during this shit. Who knows?
We'll get through it.
Yeah.
Let us know, and we'll be more than happy to have you on.
All right, brother. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Jan.
Thank you.
Bye. Jan's always a good guy, man.
I fucking love that guy.
He is awesome.
Yeah.
Doubt about it.
Look at that. We got some awesome people watching.
We do.
This is cool, man. This is going well, huh?
Yeah. Except you keep vaping in the screen. Stop doing that.
Well, I can't smoke my cigarettes.
Side smoke. You look like creepy old dude.
Fuck you, Joe.
Wow, that was fairly unnecessary.
The first one of the day, really. Come on. I mean, we've been at this how many hours before the first fuck you, Joe? That should tell you. You're really growing on me.
Oh, thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Holly. You're a sweetheart. I love you to death.
Okay, now try pronouncing her last name.
Diedzik. I know Holly. We're good friends.
Oh, I don't know that. I like seeing you struggle with some last names. Damn it. Whatever. We are. We are waiting on our next guest. You sent her the link, I believe.
Yep, and a phone call, and a Facebook message, and an email.
Smoke signals?
Nope.
A lot more to go. Stand by. That is correct.
Yes. Look, we've had a few glitches. For the glitches, we apologize, everybody. Yeah, Holly, text me. Joe, here, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Oh, that's mighty nice of you. And you know what I do then? I put Lance on the spot.
Boom! He's not even paying attention. Lance.
So much, I'm watching all the time, guys.
Lance. Wow.
Mr. I am going to watch every minute of it.
This is twice.
Right?
Lance. Everybody yell Lance.
I'm not on the spot anymore.
Wherever you are in the world, in the country, just yell Lance. Lance. Lance.
All right. Bye, Lance. Oh, wait.
Oh, you just unmuted. Bring him back. Lance. Joe, here, I'm going to put you on the spot.
Am I back up? I don't know what's live. See, you got me so confused. What's live?
It's live.
It's live. That's behind it.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm on the spot.
Unplug your speaker down there.
What's happening, man? What's happening, guys? Ruh-roh.
Live.
Hold
Live.
on.
It's live. Can you hear me?
No.
Huh?
No.
You can hear me. I can't hear him.
Hold on 1 second.
I told her.
Okay. I see
Told
Jonathan.
Hello.
Hello,
I'm
Jonathan.
Amelia.
Evidence out of your- That's not plugged in anymore.
I can't see. I can't see.
You're waiting for.
Amelia.
I'm fucking
And
nervous.
Linnea.
All right. Give us a couple minutes to get her on, and I will
Hello?
pop you up.
No,
Take your time.
I can't hear.
Now, how does the private conversation thing work? If there is one, I believe.
The private chat, everybody
I don't know why you unplugged
will be able
those.
to see the private chat. It won't go outside on live, if that's what you're asking.
Can you hear?
I can hear you. I can
And
hear you.
we're supposed to get like 1 or 2 minutes, right?
Right.
How does that work again? I'm sorry.
As soon as she comes on, and after a few minutes, we'll start bringing up people to ask their questions and spend time with her.
I'm getting all kind of feedback.
All right, gotcha.
Keep
I'm
going here.
trying to figure out how this whole thing works. That's all.
Sure. No worries, man. No worries. I'm going to drop you back down for now, and then as soon as she gets rolling, we'll bring you up, Jonathan.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
This one.
I don't get put on the spot.
Hey.
I said I was going to get put on the spot. I put everybody else on the spot. So Wagner's, what's going on? How do you like this so far?
We have like 85 monitors on. Can you just freeze that one? How about now? How's that sound?
You sound fine.
Duh. What's up, buddy?
Nothing. I'm trying to figure out what's going on in cyber world because we can't really see. How we doing? Everything good?
Yeah, it's great. It's doing really good. Everything's positive. Except for this whole, we have like 8 screens plus the TV was on.
Nice.
So yeah, the Wagner Wiles are ready to watch the DEF CON. That's right.
Cool.
Got my drink. Oh, look. I blamed the RA on you. Did you see that a minute ago?
Yeah, I saw that a minute ago.
Got my post. Got it in.
Spot on.
There's our DEF CON.
Oh, that's the commemorative mug for DEF CON 1.
That's right. We got 2 of them. That's right.
Sweet.
First of its kind. Sam's coming to say hi.
Cool.
You just brought us on kind of unexpectedly.
I know.
It's pretty cool.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm great. I mean, there's been a few mishaps, but again, it is live, and trying to get everybody together on this at the same time, doing everything. It's been interesting.
First time is always interesting.
Yeah, this is cool.
And doing it sober is even more interesting.
Are you still
Are you
sober?
staying sober?
Well, it's 7:00. This is going to be going on till like 10:30.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And you want to be aware, there's some great guests still coming up too. We've had some amazing guests and some more amazing guests. Wow.
Definitely are. We're I believe George is speaking to Amelia right now.
She having issues?
Haven't heard from her, so I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But again, it's live, so it's
It's been pretty cool.
We'll fill in. We'll do our best to fill in for Amelia Kincade. I mean, you know.
So what are some of your favorite moments, if I may ask you, so far?
I loved all the interactions with the 100 Acres from Hell guys, with AJ, and everybody was having a blast on that. AJ, he was private messaged me, and he said it was worth every penny. So he was very happy about it, and just seeing it like nonstop. We've gone back and forth on Instagram. I've checked stuff on Instagram, but the YouTube and the I'm a little tipsy, and the Facebook stuff is kicking ass. Yes.
Hey, Wheels, he is absolutely not a lightweight. He's just pacing himself soberly.
No, I'm a lightweight.
No, he said Joe is.
Joe is a lightweight.
Joe is not a lightweight.
Yeah, I'm a lightweight.
Joe can keep up with the best.
Hey, he's a fun ghoul, you know. Did I do it right? Did I do it right? Is that right?
I was right.
Hey, I'm learning from the best.
Yeah, so we're listening on TV.
So there's a delay, I'm assuming.
There's a huge delay. So and it froze. So I rewound it and caught it back up, but I was still way off because I tagged Lorene Lander to say something to Jan, and so it came up on the computer, and like it seemed like 30-something seconds later, then it came up on the TV. What's up, AJ? So yeah, that's so then when you put us on, I was like, I had one monitor over here was going, she has them going.
Oh, we were just making fun of you. George and I were just going, Lance.
I had no idea.
I saw it before he did. I was like, hey, you're on, right?
I had no idea. I was telling Lorene to stick around because it was a more exciting guest coming up. So there's that.
We're at 7:05, and let's see, who else do we have coming up? Amelia, David Howard.
Yep.
Right on. Linnea.
Wow. Michael Berryman.
Jeez. John Kassir, Richard Grieco, and Kane Hodder. So there is still plenty of show left, ladies and gentlemen.
Just some heavyweights there in the horror community.
Right?
How'd you sleep last night? Were you so excited?
What sleep?
What?
Just anticipating this. It was just like, wow. All right.
It's good to get this one out of the way, so now we know more for the next one.
Exactly.
So that's cool to get all this stuff out of the way.
I don't know. Should I start like singing or dancing or something?
Yes. Can you do some of your dance moves?
Shirtless. Yeah. Yeah. That's hot.
Where's Rebecca? Let Rebecca come dance for us.
Where's Rebecca? Do the Cabbage Patch.
Hey, there's an empty chair, Rebecca. Come do it.
I do a pretty mean running man. No, wait, that was her.
That was her. Yeah.
I know she's watching. She should run in there real quick. George isn't there to protect.
She could read to us too. She didn't get to read to you that night. She read to us.
Let's see. She is. All right. He's in contact with her right now.
Oh, good.
So.
It's been really cool and interesting. It's been like surreal to see people on screen and being so supportive. And I think the next time we do this, it's going to be like, oh, now we get it. Let's join.
Right.
Exactly. And I mean, being able to have that one-on-one time with the celebrity is awesome.
We need to get AJ to do a spot for us that it was worth every penny. Okay, Holly's helping out. That's awesome.
Yeah. Good job.
So
tomorrow we've got some big panels too.
You are absolutely correct. And if I was doing my job, I'd be pulling them up right now. Oh, wait, I am. Hold on a second, please.
You only have one job, right? Corralling cats.
Producer cats.
Wow.
David Madison's knowing he's saying producer cats.
We have Krista joining George tomorrow, the first panel of the day at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. That is going to be an excellent one, followed by the Circus of the Dead panel at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. And then, excuse me, I got to look at my phone for a second.
You're good at that.
Getting better.
Terry Jarrell is doing a drone cav panel at 4:30
No,
p.m.
he's doing a demo.
Demo. Oh, well,
Demo.
it says panel. So when sorry, it does say demo. You
He's
are
demo.
And Joe Castro after that doing a demo at
Mhm.
5:30 p.m. EST Eastern. Then we're going to take an hour break, and then the Saw is family. John Dugan, Dan Yeager, and Tyler Shea Cohn.
Did I hear right that RA was going to sit in on that?
Well, RA, if he can get everything running, he's going to be involved with that also.
Okay,
So
okay.
that's pretty cool.
Nice.
Another cool one is the Terrifier panel. That's
Great.
going to be a fun one.
That's awesome.
And then we have Matt Blasi. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Author of 8 Days in the Woods. That was a Blair Witch Project making of.
Did you see who all's going to be at that?
No, I didn't. We only have him.
Dan Myrick is actually going to be in that.
Really?
If I saw that right, Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, but Terry posted that. I'm almost positive I'm right on that. That's just the Dan Myrick.
Is that a Tales from the Crypt shirt?
No, it's a
Tales from the Dirt.
Tales from
Grave
the Grave
Dirt. They're one of our vendors.
And
Sarah and Josh Schultz.
They are so cool. She's stunningly beautiful,
That's right. Jessica Stabbit
very talented.
and the Wicked One.
somebody's vibrating.
Lance's phone is actually on the thing where our computer is,
I can
so
charge it.
it's
Sorry.
vibrating.
No worries. Hey, I put you guys on the spot to begin with, so a little vibration amongst friends never killed anybody.
I've been over on my section where I've got my 3 monitors. I got 2 up with Facebook, and then I'm working on the other one. So
She doesn't stop
I
working.
never.
There's the
stop
lineup right
working.
there.
There it is.
Just damn Myrick. You know,
Nice.
pretty much the reason why we have found footage films now. You know, no big deal. Biggie. But this was freaking awesome.
Thank you.
This was a great idea.
I barely fucked up today.
No, really. You've been doing great.
Well, thank you.
I'm so the internet hasn't crashed. That's a good thing.
Oh, bite your
Florida
tongue.
internet.
A half hour.
Yeah, bite your
before,
knock on something. Knock on some.
a half hour before I started, my internet went down.
Oh no!
I kid,
And you've got
I
good
kid you
internet.
not.
Yes. Yes, William Glenn Russell. David will be on the Terrifier panel. Absolutely.
Like your
Yeah, my
HOA forces you to have excellent internet.
Yes, and it went down, and I started freaking out. I was resetting everything, running around, calling them on the phone, and I'm like, "You guys got to let me know if this internet thing's going to be up for the next hour, because if not, I got to go somewhere else and broadcast this."
He's and it's cost us shows before.
Yeah, it
It's
has.
cost us 1 or 2 shows before. So
Yeah.
there's that.
Oh, I literally almost shit a brick in my. I was like, too much riding on this today.
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
But
A few people
some-
counting on you.
somebody
Internet
was-
gods.
was looking out. So
Hey, can we make an announcement that since people may not have caught the shows last night, that Heavy Metal is collaborating with the Indie Brigade now. So be looking for some really cool stuff on that. Just Heavy Metal magazine, you know. It's been
pretty
around
cool.
50 years. Metal Brigade's part of it.
everyone is doing great. They absolutely are. You are welcome. Thank you, Wheels.
Wills is our hero.
Great supporter.
Can y'all hear that when I get a message?
Oh yeah.
Can you hear it?
We can hear it.
Yes.
I
Yes,
don't
we
know
can.
how- I don't know how to stop it. What? Heavy Metal you say? Take a ride. I'm not going to sing. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's
That's
see. I
just
think,
for
I
Sam.
think we have it on one of these banners, don't we? There it is. There's the heavy metal one.
Yeah.
Momero Pictures Heavy Metal DEF CON 1.
That is so cool how it all came together.
Just so people are clear, it's not just heavy metal sponsoring this DEF CON. We are with heavy metal.
That's kind of what I got out of it.
Just making sure everybody's following at home.
Going forward.
For the people in the back.
Discounts available if you're part of the brigade.
Keith Hammer, yeah.
So, yeah, if anybody didn't see the announcement last night, not now and not during the con tomorrow, but maybe Monday.
Where are you going to go? What are you going to do?
Right?
You're not essential. You're staying home.
After the con tonight, you can
Absolutely.
go over and watch that major announcement towards the end of the show.
I'll be too wired to sleep anyway, so I'll probably just watch it again.
I have to live with him, Joe, all day.
I'm sorry.
I'm so ready just to I'm going to make my own bloodbath movie here.
Well, can he walk the dogs?
God, I wish he'd walk them like to another state or something.
Golly.
I didn't mean to say that out loud. I love you.
Like the plague.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like we're in the plague.
Jeez.
Now, I just realized, being bottled up with him, just how helpless he thinks he is. And he's like, how do you do this? And dude, literally, you've done it by yourself before. How are you making it?
I'm sitting right here. I can hear the words you're saying.
I know. I'm so aware you're sitting right here.
Good.
And she watches enough Investigation Discovery to...
I know.
Research. It's
the
research.
Miracle of Lime.
Hey!
Yes!
Amelia, hi!
Hi, Miss Amelia.
You're here.
I thought you meant 7 my time. I'm in a park, and I didn't know I was even going to be able to get on from here. And apparently I got an internet connection.
Nice.
What a miracle.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm great. I'm really doing good.
It's been like a month since we've seen you.
Yeah, we had a blast
like
with you at the
longer.
Cult Classic Convention. That was awesome.
Oh, man, I'll tell you, it's the second I can fly. I'm going to book a Southwest flight for Dallas.
Sweet.
Yeah, because I got to get out of here. This is ridiculously expensive, and I got no money coming in.
We'll see you in Houston in June.
Well, I just texted him, and I said, God, I hope. I mean, we're in prayer. He doesn't have to push back, because we've got Vegas, and we've also got the Houston HorrorCon. Now, the good news is, word is this bug doesn't like the heat.
Good. Hotter the better, then.
This bug isn't going to like Houston in June.
That's right. That's right.
Well, George, you made it. Hi.
We'll step out.
Okay.
Hi, you guys. Y'all have fun.
How's it going?
I'm sitting in my car in a park.
Hey, you know what? Jan Birch just joined us from his car too, so we appreciate you getting on and joining us. We have. Do you still have some folks there for Amelia? Joe?
I have one folk, and they're raising their hand. They're ready to go. They're like, "Yes, now."
Bring them up. Bring them up. Let's let them have at it.
Hi. Hi, Amelia.
Hi.
Jonathan, Amelia, Jonathan.
We know each other.
Oh my God, it's my Jonathan. How are you, my darling? Are you okay?
I'm doing all right. I mean, I'm sad I wasn't able to see you in person, though. It's understandable.
Oh, honey, this is gonna pass. You know,
I know.
People are getting big lessons in gratitude right now. Big lessons in gratitude. We didn't know how good we had to simply be able to run up to each other and hug each other and get together in a big convention. It was a no-brainer. And now sometimes things have to be taken away from you for you to realize how grateful we have to be for every single thing.
Take it from a Buddhist like me. It's like they have to, sometimes things happen like in a certain way. Not to like derail us or anything like that, but it's like, it's not a path that we envisioned, but as long as we still get there.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
It's hard to be patient with it, but we have to be patient with it. And the cool thing about it is we're learning how to use technology. I'm learning how to use technology in a better way.
I'll help you.
Forced to.
I'll help you with that if you need it.
Cool.
And by the way, great broadcast with you and Greg the other day.
See, now that was a little bit of wicked genius, wasn't it? We had to do it. We had to do something bold. So we did.
I'm so glad. Are you doing okay though? Like, are you holding up okay?
Well, fortunately, it's a good time and a good place to be a writer. And that's one of the things I talked about. If anybody missed, I did an entire 3 hours in costume. We did the first Quarren Con. And my right hand, Greg Abelard, goes as me in drag in the Hollywood Gay Parade. And his partner goes as Suzanne. So I
Yeah.
called them my Mangela and Suzangela. And we were breaking rules by getting together to do that. But we're both being so incredibly careful about where we go and what we don't do and washing hands and, germs. So we put it out there. And the beautiful thing about this is this is reaching people that might not have the money to go to a convention, or they don't have the money to fly and stay in a hotel. And we're bringing the convention to you. Now,
Yeah.
hopefully Houston is still going to be on in June.
And I know Days of the Dead Vegas was pushed back to June.
And hopefully Vegas is still going to be on. Now, what little we do know about this virus is that it doesn't like the heat. And I posted that thing about Greg Braden, who's a very, very famous scientist. He keynotes a lot of the kind of spiritual festivals that I speak in. Mm-hmm. And he said that all of the big pandemics in the last century have taken place in March, April, and May, which was interesting. Really? And he even had a graph of it all. It's springtime. So when summer comes, especially of all places, Houston and Vegas, it's going to be hot. And we're looking forward to that heat coming to Los Angeles too.
Well, let's see what happens. I hope you guys are right. I really do.
I do too. How are you holding up? You watching all your favorite horror movies?
Oh yeah, it's like I only go out like when I have to work, but I've been like wearing the gloves and washing the hands. I'm expecting some masks to come in. And other than that, it's like I've been just decompressing a little. Because it was like I was like constantly slammed and everything. It's giving me a chance to breathe, and plus I've been able to like do stuff like what we're doing now, just to like stay sane. So I'm managing all right.
Yeah, and we're learning a lot about health. We're learning about alternative health, health care, preventative health, and we're spending more time with each other, which I think, as much as people don't enjoy it, it's a wonderful opportunity. People are getting
only with people I like,
and we're reconnecting with old friends, and we're touching in with family members.
Thank you, Keith.
Lots of beautiful things can come of this.
Oh, I know. Listen, I need a favor. After all this and everything, can you like text me your number just in case for future?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
And let's assume Vegas is still on for June and everything. If you still need an assistant for that, let me know.
Oh, you're a plum. No, they'll supply it. It's Days of the Dead in June that we're talking about. And then it's the Houston Horror Con, which is huge. And
well, you mentioned how you want to go straight to Dallas.
Go forward. I may be in Texas at the time, because I have friends and family in Texas and New Mexico. But we're going to pray that the cons go forward. Now, I was in line trying to get on the plane.
I heard your luggage got to Canada.
And my luggage went to Canada. I got the call that Edmonton was canceled as I was boarding the plane. And the luggage went without me. Fortunately, I got my costume back.
Good.
Terrifying.
Thank Jeebus.
That one's going to get pushed back maybe October. And I just got a text from Fanboy. We're going to try to manage all of these conventions.
Right.
And hopefully the latest, the worst case scenario, we'll have a spectacular Halloween, because by fall it should be full on party.
Fingers crossed.
State again, Fingers crossed.
And I'm trying to think. Yeah, because Kelly Maroney was supposed to go to that same convention, and when I heard about what happened to you. It's like I hit her up, like saying, hey, I hope you haven't gone anywhere yet.
Yeah. Well, we have to stay in and be responsible right now. We don't have a choice. It's a great time to be a writer, a filmmaker, a composer, a poet. It's a great time to do things with kids. It's a great time to connect with your family and older people that might need your help. It's a great time to see who needs some help and who's got it worse than you do. You know, I know so many people that are delivering supplies to elderly people.
I've been doing that.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, I've been doing DoorDash, Instacart, and all that stuff. Like I said, I make sure it's like my hands are clean. I wear gloves and all that good stuff. And yeah, and I'm not outside any more than I have to be.
Well, good for you, Jonathan. I'll see you soon, sweetheart. I'm really praying that by June we're going to be having an incredible party in Hull House again.
I hope so. Message me your number. That way, it's like we have a direct contact just in case you need any help. Okay.
All right. Before Jonathan puts me out of a job.
Yeah, really. Love you, Jonathan.
Sorry, Joe.
No, that's okay. Have a good one, man. We appreciate you joining us.
Love you, Amelia.
Love you too, honey.
Bye. Wow, you've got some mega fans.
Yeah, I do. I kid you not. I mean, when people come up to you with tattoos on their body, they say, I have a tattoo of you on my chest. I have a tattoo of you on my back. I have a tattoo of you on my calf. It is absolutely breathtaking. And I see it every single con. I mean, multiple tats. And for whatever reason, 30 years later, this is not only not running out of steam, it's gaining momentum. The amount of Night of the Demons fans out there is just stunning. And the fact that they're more and more and more excited about it. I've got girls coming in with tats. I've got guys getting new tats every day. And, you know, the stories are heartwarming stories. When somebody comes up to you, I mean, it makes me want to cry, and says he did a tour of Iraq and he was allowed to take one movie. He took Night of the Demons. But another one say he was in ICU and dying, and the doctors didn't think he was going to make it. And he was binge watching Night of the Demons, and he said it saved his life. But I think there's some sort of raw power that we tapped that I also am constantly in touch with, because I work with tigers and elephants and great white sharks, and I'm very much on the front lines with the anti-poaching campaign. I have been for the last 19 years in Africa. And it is these exact same animals, these pangolin, the little anteater. It's the same people that are illegally trafficking ivory on the black market, that are illegally trafficking rhino horn on the black market, that are killing lions and eating them, pretending that they're tiger bones because they're eating tigers.
Mm-hmm.
The tigers are critically endangered on the planet. We'll be lucky if we have one more in the wild in a year, because they're eating them. And I'm sorry to say, it's from these wet markets, it's from these exotic animals that are being killed in front of each other. I mean, we talk about a real life horror movie. One of my charity's called Archangel. That's what I do in Africa. I go into the schools. We dance as elephants. We draw elephants. We make up plays about poaching and protecting animals, trying to convince the next generation of children that they don't have to give in to the poachers. So this is the real Angela. This is where my fury comes out. This is the real whoop ass, where Mother Nature is the most powerful destructor. She brings life, but she's a destroyer goddess.
Well, you said I don't mean to cut you off, but I want to talk about this really quick because we only have a couple of minutes left with you. You made a comment earlier that I took a note down about. You said this is a great time to be a writer, and I'm curious if you could give any advice to sort of the Indie Brigade and the people who watch the Indie Brigade with regard to how all of your work around the world and what we're going through as a community, as a global community now, is affecting your writing, and how, what are you channeling onto the page, and how are you doing that? How are you finding a way to channel all that rage into the written word?
Well, I've got 6 books out. So anyone who doesn't know me as an author, Go to Amazon, put in Amelia Kincade books. Otherwise, the horror movie stuff will pop up. You're going to see 6 books. The first one is an international bestseller. It's called Straight from the Horse's Mouth. And it's about communicating with animals, but it's also about everybody's innate psychic ability, which is really just your intuition. It's not a sixth sense. It's a first sense. Every baby has thinking and feeling before they can talk. So this is the first thing that we experience when we come into this world, that we're feeling, we're thinking, and we're frustrated. And that's how the animals feel. Because the babies can't talk yet. The animals can't speak English. They can't say, we're being tortured in cages and we're being illegally trafficked to Hong Kong, where we're going to be murdered or eaten alive. Eaten alive. So, yes, God and nature, God/Mother Nature, needed to come in roaring and finally put her paw down, put the hoof down and say, that's it. The human race has been put in the corner and we're on a timeout to go think about some of the consequences of our actions. But this is one of them. It's learning how to live in harmony with nature. And for writers, everyone out there, this is the time. This is the time, because this is our time. And I was told, and it's a brilliant idea. The forwards to my books are written by Dr. Bernie Siegel, who's the world's top cancer surgeon. He's hit the New York Times slot #1 twice. And he said, good writing is good storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not preaching. You're telling a story and you're allowing your audience to arrive at their own deductions.
That's right.
And it's the same thing with Night of the Demons. That some people, why do you like it? What is it about this movie that you like? What is it about any of them that you like? And everyone has a different opinion. It's not for me to say, this is why you should like it. When you start preaching, you're going to lose your audience.
That's right.
You need to tell stories that make you laugh, that make you angry, that make you cry. And that is my recipe for success. Write about what makes you laugh, what makes you angry, and what makes you cry. And what's going to happen is that the audience comes with you.
That's right.
They will come with you. They will cry when you cry. They will laugh when you laugh. They'll get furious about what's been going on in China. And I'm sorry that it has turned global, but it's something that nature has done, because justice has to be served. And
here we
this
are.
is karma. I'm sorry, but this is karma.
Look, I agree with you. Listen, so we are out of time. I do appreciate, and I'm sorry about the issues that we had there, but I'm glad we got you on here and glad we got you hooked up with Jonathan. And I'm glad we've got people just freaking out that you're here. So it means the world to me that you are part of this. I mean, this is the first online convention, and it's just you're part of helping make it a wonderful success.
Well, everybody go to my Facebook page, because I'm going to sell some pictures and some T-shirts. Every penny I make helps me get to Africa and get into those schools. I go every year. And this year will be no exception. No matter what, nothing's going to stop me. So my site, AmeliaKincade.com, has a tab called Archangel. Check that one out. Go to Language and Miracles Institute. Check out the devotional program. I've got an online school that's 52 lessons, 365 texts to your phone every day. There are new ways to educate the world. And we can now come together with our passions and create a more beautiful world. That's what's going to come out of all this.
I absolutely agree with you, Amelia, and you are a sweetheart, and I cannot thank you enough for joining us today.
Well, call me again. We'll have more time. I'm sorry I kind of blew it this time.
No, it's fine. Look, this is the first time. You know as well as anybody does.
I thought you meant 7 p.m. West Coast.
No, it's perfect.
So
we only missed out on a few minutes with you, and we got to talk to you about some important stuff, and got to know you a little bit better. And I'd love to have you on the show. We could just sit down and talk for a while. So thank you.
Well, text me again. I am yours.
All right. Have a great day.
Bye.
Thank
Safe
you.
and healthy.
Bye.
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 Love everybody. Sending you love. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Got her. That was cool.
That was cool.
I liked watching her connect with Jonathan. That was super cool. I enjoyed that. That was, that's the cool thing that I notice about this industry is there's so many amazing connections that people make with their fans through this industry and through the genre and the indie world specifically. It's really nice to see that here.
Speaking of the industry and a genre and a movie that has absolutely blown up.
Boom!
Hey,
Say that again?
are you able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just got a new laptop today because my other one just decided to break. So I was like, oh, great timing when I can't go outside.
I hope you got it from Amazon.
Oh, I did. I let them just deliver it downstairs and even go visit them downstairs. I'm like, leave it there. I will.
Leave it by the door. I'll send a robot to pick it up.
Yeah, exactly. This is nuts.
You know, of course, though, for anybody watching who doesn't know who you are, you know, you've got the best social distancing tools at your ability. Just throw on the Art the Clown outfit.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. I just slapped on the mask. I could probably slap that on like my Trick or Treat studio mask and just walk down the street and people would just give me a wide berth. They're like, okay, and that's New York. So if you're keeping people away in New York, you know you're scary. So,
So listen.
Wait a minute. Time out. Everybody's in hiding. All we see is David. George, introduce our guest.
David Howard Thornton. What do you mean everybody's in hiding?
Well, because he only has David on there instead of.
Yeah, I just wrote David. I'm weird.
No, you're not. That's cool. You can be David to us.
Yeah.
Everybody watching, you were watching the Romero Pictures Heavy Metal Magazine Indie Brigade DEFCON 1, the first online convention with me, your host, George C. Romero, my ever faithful and present producer extraordinaire, Joe Ridgely, and we are chatting with David Howard Thornton, Art the Clown from the Terrifier.
Sup, guys?
He makes me do these things. I had to spend the entire 2 weeks between seasons just practicing and practicing.
Oh God, yeah, I'm envious of you there. This is why I'm always silent in the films.
Let's jump right in. Let's talk about how this has affected your life. I mean, let's talk about this entire experience from like when you said, "Okay, I'm going to do this role," to like where your life is now. Like,
It's been pretty crazy. As like, I mean, for like 13 years, I was a struggling actor here in New York City, waiting tables, and all of a sudden, this movie comes out, and boom, I don't have to wait tables anymore. So I'm not complaining about that.
No, not at all.
Yeah, especially right now, because it's like, oh yeah, if I was still waiting tables, I'd definitely be without a job. So it's just like, yeah, great.
Well, what's going on with let's get the pertinent question out of the way that everybody's going to freak out about. What's going on with part 2?
Oh, well, we're luckily almost finished filming. So like we've got the meat of the film already finished. I think I have maybe 4 or 5 more days left of principal photography to do right now. So we're lucky in that regard. So it's like whenever we can get out and about here in the city again, we'll nail that stuff out. But I know right now Damien is like waist deep in editing right now, so at least that's giving him time to edit everything. So like once we finish principal photography, we'll pretty much be ready to go and try to get this out to distribution, I would hope.
What was it like to watch this entire thing blow up? I mean, you know, it became literally it became a phenomenon. You know,
it's been nuts. We did not expect any of that. I mean, I remember back when we were filming part 1, we're all sitting there and we're like, well, we think we have a fun movie, but who knows what's going to happen. I mean, we knew we had the fan base from those that like the character from All Hallows Eve, and that's why we made the movie Terrifier, was for those fans. But Damien, I would say, is like the eternal pessimist when it comes to things, especially. And he's just like, I don't know. And it was one of our producers, Larry, that came in one day, the first day he saw me on set. He walks in, he's like, oh, wow, there's something there with this character. I'm like, oh, well, thanks. And it's like, no, you guys don't understand what you guys have here. This guy looks really unique. This is going to resonate with people. What you guys are doing right now is really going to resonate with people. And we were trying to be realistic with ourselves because we were just a very low budget independent film. We didn't have any studio backing. And when we released, we didn't have, a studio to do all the publicity for us. So it was like basically all the publicity we had was straight from the fans themselves and the independent horror sites. And so we were like, well, who knows what's going to happen here with this? And it just kind of snowballed. So it was, we didn't expect that at all. Especially like once we released on Netflix, it exploded.
Well, yeah, and you know what? That's the power of the community, and I'm glad that you brought that up because you know the horror community, man, the fans in this community, they're
it's fantastic.
They're voracious, but they're also unforgiving, and for that to be the first path of success, or for the sort of the thing that launched the trajectory, was the community embracing it. You know, there has not been a lot of there haven't really been many new entries into sort of, I guess, the canon of monsters in a long time.
No, there haven't, and there've been so many like slashers, especially, that have come out in the past 2 decades where they had some interesting characters, but they just didn't resonate with people. I think like one of the ones that I think of recently was the Bye Bye Man, which Jenna Cannell, that was in Terrifier 1, was in as well. And I remember talking with her on set because she left us to go film Bye Bye Man, and she was telling me all about this character, and it's Doug Jones playing the character. I'm like, oh my gosh, it sounds so awesome. I was so excited about it. And it just, I guess, I don't know what happened there, but it's like, I would like, he was a unique character.
Well, yeah, but you know, I think what you're talking about the punk rock attitude of the indie community. You're talking about the same thing that all the guys in the 60s and the 70s did, where they pushed it out. They did it without help. They did it without support. They did it without budgets. They did it without anything. And they did it with this, you know, pardon me, but if you've watched the show at all, you know, I got the mouth of a train rider. They did it with this fuck you attitude, right? So, you know, and I think that that's probably what resonated so much in the community with the Terrifier fans, you know.
I agree because we didn't have a studio over us telling us we can't do this, we can't do that. And we even had that problem when we tried to do distribution for the first one. We had some studios that wanted to pick us up and put us in movie theaters, but they want to make considerable cuts to the film, especially the infamous hacksaw scene. And Damien was like, absolutely not. We are not going to cut that scene at all. That is going to be what sells this movie to people. And I'm glad he stuck to his guns because that's what the fans want. I think Hollywood, mainstream Hollywood, doesn't really understand what horror fans want in a film.
No, I mean, you know, and again, you like, here's the thing. Everything is a formula or an algorithm, right? Yeah. And on a certain level. I think there are fringe studios and mini majors who do get it. But I think for the bigger part of the big three, or whatever you want to call them, I think if they can't fit it into an algorithm, which, you know, and you can't blame them. It's a machine, safe, right? It's what works. And if they're gonna look at me and say, well, you can't do it because you're gonna piss off some lady in Iowa. And we know what we're talking about because we're going to make $500 million off this movie. Well, I can't argue with that.
And right? I can understand that. I can definitely understand that.
You know,
but at the same time, it's like how safe can you play it before you're sacrificing the integrity of like the genre itself?
Right. And, you know, to speak from personal experience, I had a project I won't name in which I had a very graphic scene that I stuck to my guns on. And some people with suits got some of the other people on my side of the fence on their side of the fence. And, you know, ultimately changes had to be made. So, you know, I think what this speaks to is the solidarity among the Terrifier cast and crew too. I mean, it sounds like everybody was really on board fully creatively and everything. I mean,
we recently a big huge scene that we filmed a few weeks ago. It's going to be a controversial scene. Something I wish I could say what we're doing in this scene, but it's one of those things. Even amongst us creatives, we're all like, can we get away with what we're doing in this scene? And we tweak some things where we think we can get away with certain things, but we know even when we release this scene, it's going to, you know, raise a lot of red flags with people. It's going to get people talking. But I think that's good in ways because, like I said, I can't say what goes on in this scene, but there are certain things that happen where we're turning the mirror on society itself. And I think that's what art is supposed to do. It's supposed to be controversial. And we're supposed to make people talk about what is going on. That's what we're doing in this scene.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you can't piss somebody off, you're not doing something right.
Exactly. We're definitely going to piss some people off.
You know, I mean, the old expression was, you know, no publicity is bad. no publicity is bad publicity. Bad publicity is good publicity.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
And the horror community is built on that philosophy. You know, I mean, obviously I'm a lot older than you, but I remember before the internet, way back in the dark ages, before the internet. And, you know, the only way to find out about alternative or indie or genre stuff was through magazines, like Heavy Metal. You know, there were a bunch of them, and there was alternative content through Heavy Metal magazine, and there was access to industry knowledge through other magazines like your Fangorias and all of that other stuff.
Yep.
But that was the only way we could find out, and the only way we could see the movies is if we knew the guy who owned the weird VHS store somewhere off in
Right.
And you know, now it goes so wide and so far, and the community, I think, as a whole, the fan community embraces what we do so much that I think it's less about trying. I don't try to put off the community. I try to do things I think they're going to respect.
Yeah,
and that tends to piss off the mainstream. So, you know,
what can you do? You're never going to please everybody.
You've had some experience in some mainstream stuff too. I mean, you know, the Terrifier isn't. You said you were a struggling actor before Terrifier. You know, I mean, tell me a little bit about sort of that journey and, you know, what kept you going? Because, you know, what I find is whether you're in front of the camera or behind the camera, you know, every overnight success takes 10 years, right?
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, like I moved up here to New York City about 13 and a half years ago. And my main focus when I moved here was trying to get into like Broadway musical theater or voiceover work for animation and video games. And I got to do a lot of that while I was here. I still haven't been on Broadway yet, but I did 5 national tours of How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the musical. That was the Broadway version of the show. So I got to do that. I've done some video game work, some animated series and stuff like that. So it's been great, but I mean, it was a struggle for a long time. It's one of those things where you have to just keep plugging away at it, because it's one of the things you have to be passionate about. You can't give up on it. It's because I think there's some people that do give up really easily because they had unrealistic expectations. They were expecting to make it immediately. And it's one of those things that you have to love it, and you just got to keep on plugging away at it. And sometimes it comes down to pure dumb luck. Yeah, absolutely. I was once told, and this is the first piece of advice I offer anybody when they ask me for advice about the industry, I say it's the only industry in which you can die from encouragement. Yep. You know what I mean? It's very true. When you're on that fight and you're on that struggle, everything is next week we'll work it out, next week, next month. Yep. Wow. Oh yeah. And when you're struggling, and it's like people forget, you know, they used to struggle. The people saying all that shit to you, they used to struggle just like you struggle. And you know, but then they get to a point where now they're the ones telling you, hey, just wait another week, just wait another month, just wait another, 2 months, or next quarter, or wait till after the holiday, or wait till January, or wait till Sundance. And, and I think that all that stuff does is really just add fuel to the fire for the indie world. It does. So, how do you feel, kind of about, here's the question of the day that I've been asking a lot of people. Mm-hmm. What do you think the landscape is going to look like after this whole pandemic thing passes with regard to, I kind of believe that the studio system is going to start looking more and more to the indies, because I think they're going to have to find something new when this is all over. I agree. I think things are going to go more digital. I think because right now people are stuck in their homes. Everybody's relying on Netflix to get by right now. People can't go to the movie theaters, and so many movies right now are having to either postpone releases or they've decided just to go on the digital release. Yeah. So I think this is going to be a huge change in the industry. I think we're on the cusp of something new happening in this industry. So what have you done with regard to yourself since Terrifier to brand yourself into sort of the next, what's next, right? So, a lot of people, they talk about, well, I did this and then I was this guy forever. Is that something you're okay with? Is that something you obviously want to move past? Obviously with the Broadway stuff and the new stuff, that's not, you obviously have another deep passion. How do you find playing an iconic character? And, it's really interesting to have this conversation with you, because,
you're probably the youngest guy I've ever met who's played a character that became such an icon, right? So, like, how do you view your future, after the icon, right?
Well, oddly enough, I think I was about the same age as Robert Englund when he first started taking on Freddy. So I'm older than I look. I just turned 40 last year. So
Okay.
yeah,
You don't look 40. Sorry.
Yeah, it's good genes.
Good Lord, where do you buy them?
I don't know. Discount like the 99-cent store or something. I don't know.
Well, okay, still same question though. I mean, where do you see yourself? Where do you see your career? How do you see your career going post icon status? You know what I mean?
Well, I think I would be okay if this was how it went, if this was just what I was known for, because I know so many actors that would give their eye teeth just to be able to be on in this kind of level already. And so, I mean, if that's what it is, that's what it is. But I mean, I would, of course, love to do other characters. I've always wanted to be the character guy anyway. I would love to be like that, the Gary Oldman type of character actor, or the Doug Jones kind of character actor, where they can play so many different types of roles and they can have so many different types of looks. And a lot of times people don't even know that that's them in a project.
Yeah.
And that's what I would really like. I love doing those type of roles. I like to just totally go outside of myself, because like I look at Art, he's so much different from what I'm really like in real life. I think some people think I probably have a bunch of weapons in my room and I'm a very dark and broody person. I'm like, oh gosh, no. I'm a big teddy bear.
No, that's me. Well, let me ask you this then, since that's a good point you bring up. How do you go ahead and how do you create your characters? Like, how do you create a character that is so polar opposite from you, and how do you spend time comfortable in that new skin?
I really don't know how to explain that. It's just something I can innately do. It's like once I understand who the character is, I can just kind of turn it on, turn it off. And luckily with Art, I already had a good frame of reference, because I was not the first person to play the character. It was originally inhabited by Mike Gianelli in All Hallows Eve. So I had a great frame of reference to watch his performance and see what he brought to the character. And so he set a solid foundation for me just to begin with. And then I brought my own personal knowledge of I guess clowning to it, because I grew up doing a lot of physical comedy itself in a lot of children's theater of all things. It's kind of ironic. Like, yeah, but that's the kids are big into the physical as opposed to the verbal, and that's what Art is. He's a very physical character.
Yeah.
And so that's what I really wanted to add to the character. And I kind of grasped the character from the get-go and just kind of added my own stank to it, I guess you could say. It just went from there. And it's one of those things I can turn on and off. I've always been able to do that. It's like, but usually with me, it's like I have to understand the voice of the character, like the actual voice. That's what I've always gone with. It's like once I discover the voice of the character, everything else falls into place. The mannerisms, the body movements, everything, their posture, all that kind of stuff. But like with Art, I couldn't do that. So I kind of looked at like what Art is, as he is a predator, and I kind of look at him like his look, where he kind of looks very bird-like, very, very vulture-like, and it's one of those things I added to him, where he leads everything when he's on the hunt. He leads everything with his head, kind of how a vulture it does, and that's kind of like my own little thing I put into him.
That's really interesting. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's really cool to talk to you. And you're part of the panel tomorrow, yeah?
I am. That's going to be fun.
Yeah, so we're actually having a Terrifier panel tomorrow.
That's going to be nuts.
Do you do a lot of the conventions in the real, as I like to call it?
I do. I love doing the conventions. That's what it sucks about this whole like pandemic right now. I was actually supposed to be at New Jersey HorrorCon right now.
Well, boom, I'm glad we got you.
Yeah, me too.
But I mean, this is pretty cool, right? Like this was an idea that came as soon as all the buzz started hitting, the conventions were being canceled. We immediately started talking about it at the Indie Brigade, and I think we came up with the idea like an hour and a half before our season 2 finale episode, which was like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And it just kind of stuck, and we thought, you know, it really sucks for a lot of people who count on conventions for a lot of reasons.
Oh yeah.
You know, obviously the money and the revenue, but also the connection, the personal connection, the ability to meet and talk and get to know some of the people that fans come to love on the screen, you know, and man, we pulled this thing together. We did it. And
it's fantastic. It's a great idea. I was like, this is like, as soon as y'all reached out to me, I was like, of course, I would love to.
Thank you, man. Thank you very much. You know, hopefully this is going to be something that I think is going to transcend the current state of the world too. I think, you know, there's a lot of people who can't afford to come out to, you know what I mean?
And it's not just affordability. So some people are just physically unable to do that. I've talked to a lot of fans that are, you know, they can't get out because of different health problems and there's factors like that too. So this is a great way for them to interact with us as well.
Well, yeah. And, you know, you're officially part of the very first one ever, so I'm told. So, yeah. You know, it's pretty cool. I'm having a great time, and I hope you are too.
Yeah, same here. Same here.
So listen, I've been asking everybody, this is the other thing I've been asking everybody to kind of hit us with. Can you tell us, and obviously nothing's going to cause any drama in the panel tomorrow, but I'm looking for a great story from you from the set of Terrifier.
Oh my God! Like I'll have to go from the first one because I'm always hesitant about ruining things that are going to happen in the second one. So, but we had a great night on set in the first one where, you know, sometimes I forget how I look in the makeup. I get so used to wearing it, especially after several hours of wearing it. I just totally forget how I look. I would sometimes scare myself just in the bathroom mirror. I'm like, oh shit! Oh, that's just me. But there's this one night where they're filming. I think it was the scene where Jen is getting shot in the head, and they were filming the different blood effects and stuff like that. So I was just waiting to go on set, and I'm sitting there covered in blood, full makeup, and it's about 2:00 in the morning in Trenton, New Jersey, a very dangerous part of the town too. And I hear this argument on the street right below the window that I'm sitting next to. And it's these two women having this argument, and I'm like, well, I'm bored. Might as well just see what's going on. So I'm watching this very Jerry Springer-like argument happen on the street below me, and one of them looks up and sees me, and I forget how I look, and I'm just like, hi. And she, like, her eyes just bug out, and she goes running off screaming. The other one turns up, sees me too. She goes running off the other way screaming, and I'm like, oh crap. and so like about 15 minutes later, like Damien and our producers and everybody come in. They got these big smiles on their faces, like, "Hey, David, we got some people out here that want to meet you." And I'm like, "Oh, sweet!" Because at the time, our producer Phil was doing, I think he was doing a film, or he had just wrapped filming something with Tom Sizemore. So I was like, "Oh, maybe Tom came out and visited us. Who knows?" So that would be awesome. So I'm like, "Okay." They're like, "Well, don't come out till we tell you to, because we want it to be a surprise." I'm like, "Okie dokie." And it's like, I thought I was giving the surprise. I was wrong. So they're like, "Dave, open the door." And it's like this big roll-up garage door. So I roll it up, and I'm coming up, and I look up, and my butt puckers. It's just like, just whoa. And it's about 15 of New Jersey's finest in full-on riot gear. And there's like dead silence, and I'm like, "Oh shit, I'm about to die." And so I'm just like, "What can I do to diffuse the situation?" And so I'm just like, I just squeak out this, like, sound like I went through puberty or something. I'm like, "What up, guys?" And there's still dead silence, and I'm like, "Oh god, oh god." And they're like, and they just start laughing, and I'm like, "Oh, thank God." They're like, yeah, be glad you did not come out first, because we would have shot you on sight. And I believed them, because we didn't have running water in that building. So we had our porta-john right outside. And I'm like, I'm so glad I was not using that right when they showed up, because that would have been disaster. It was so funny that there's like this one guy that was so afraid of coming near me. And I'm like, "Dude, you've got like a grenade launcher on you. You're fine." It's like, nah, they're all teasing him. And like one of them's like, "Hey, yeah, if you guys need a body, we got one down at the precinct right now you guys can use." We're like, "That's okay." We still don't know if he was kidding or not. So it was just like, this was insane. But it was such a cool night though. They're just like, "Oh my God, this is probably the last thing they expected." But
Right.
we did, I will say, we had a similar kind of night happen one night last fall while we were filming, where the cops showed up, and because someone saw me walking into the building we're filming in, and I'm covered in blood and everything like that. They called it in, so I'm sitting there, and the cops show up, and they're like, "So we hear there's a clown," and I just turned like, "Hi." I was like, "Oh yeah, we see why we're called."
I think we have a question, but the
great.
thing that's throwing me off is it's from a very young lady. Hold on one moment.
Uh-oh.
Are you here to speak with David?
Yes.
Hi. You
Hi.
are here to speak with David?
Oh, it is a very young. Hi, how are you doing? What's that? What was the question?
I think she said it was a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, it's nice meeting you as well.
I'm always
Your
in
name?
Alice Cooper and Gene Simmons.
What?
You're breaking up a little on us, hon.
Yeah, we got a bad connection.
Oh no, she's adorable.
Can you hear?
I can hear you. Yes.
Now
Hi.
we can. Nope.
Oh no.
If you can still hear us,
Okay. Is your name Joni?
This is hard. Johnny.
Hi, nice to meet you.
I know
wow.
you.
We did. Was this in Chicago?
I usually always think Cooper and Gene Simmons. All of them.
Oh yes, yes, I remember. You went on stage
Mommy
and
and
performed
Daddy.
with them, right? Yes, I was up in Indianapolis.
Yeah,
Yeah, how are you doing?
I love them. Good.
Good. I'm
I'm
happy to
also
hear that.
On two of my movies.
Oh, this is killing me.
Oh, it's killing me too. I wish I could understand everything.
I know, me too.
This is very loud.
Your internet is a little
laggy.
choppy.
Yeah. Technology.
Yeah, technology, unfortunately. Well, I'm sorry that we don't have the greatest connection.
I know.
We're on a little bit of a deadline, so
We're just having a bad connection. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
all right. Sorry, we're gonna have
I'm
to say
so sorry.
goodbye.
I'll see you at a convention soon, though, sweetie. Okay.
We are very sorry. Bye.
Bye.
We'll have to chat then. Okay. We'll chat then.
Oh man.
Oh, that breaks my heart.
Yeah, but now I'm like, oh man, I've been swearing like a month. Damn
I'm
it.
just
That
surprised.
gave me diabetes, I think. That was so cute.
Oh, look at that. The Indie Brigade, DEF CON
Oh,
1,
yeah.
Heavy Metal Magazine, Romero Pictures, David Howard Thornton, me, George C. Romero, Joe
She was
Ridgely. Look,
asking,
we're officially sweet.
yeah, right. She was asking, will you be at Days of the Dead in Chicago?
I hope so. If they ask me, I would love to be there. I am going to be at Days of the Dead in Las Vegas, though.
Boom.
All right. So I saw that in
Yeah.
the private message that they were able to get through.
That's great. Yeah, she's a great little performer too. She went on stage and sang and everything. She was rocking out with the Kiss cover band and everything. She was showing all of us up. I had to follow her on karaoke. I'm like, I can't follow her.
That's when you just break out the art costume again. You don't have to worry.
Oh, I know. Just do the silent thing.
Hey,
Sing
listen,
the song of silence. Sound of silence. There we go.
listen. We're scrolling your Cameo link across the screen here. Do you want to
Oh,
tell everybody about
fantastic.
that real quick and what's going on?
Yeah, because I am so technologically inept. I don't even have a website yet, and I haven't really gotten around to like setting up a whole thing for doing autographs by mail, because it's like a 20-minute walk for me just to get to the mail all the time here in New York, so I haven't really done that yet. Plus, the mail's always messing up when I have sent autographs to people, they always damage them. I'm like, "Urgh." But I do have Cameo, which is a video service where if you want me to send you a video of me saying whatever find me on there. I only charge like $30, so I don't charge too much. I think I charge basically what I charge for an autograph. So if you want to find me on Cameo, you can find me there, and I'll be happy to record something for you.
Awesome. And that's cameo.com/David H. Thornton.
Yes.
Yes, don't forget the R.
The R.
Listen, buddy, I cannot thank you enough for being a part of this today. It's a pleasure to meet you face to face and talk to you. I look forward to speaking to you much more.
Yeah, we're gonna have fun tomorrow night.
Yeah, man, it'll be a good time.
Oh yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, stay safe, stay healthy, and have a great rest of your Saturday.
You as well. Wash your hands, everybody. Wash your hands. Stay inside.
Yeah, right.
And look up David's dance video.
I got a little bored yesterday.
We'll see you tomorrow, man.
All right, see you guys. Take care.
Oh, the little girl is killing me.
That was adorable. Now I feel like I got to watch my mouth. Like she's probably still watching. Like I got.
Yeah, she is. I see her still watching. We're missing someone.
We are.
I'll let you guess who. Okay, you're not going to guess.
Linnea.
Yeah. Come out, wherever you are. No.
Are you going to click something?
No, I'm not.
Wait, she just said she was here.
No, I did not say she. I said we're missing someone.
She said she's here.
Did she specify where?
Wherever here is.
She's everywhere. She's. Linnea, are you going to join us?
Wheels, that's not a thing. It's not a thing.
I mean, she's been messaging people on here, so I'm assuming.
Holly just said she was in the chat.
Yeah, she was in the chat, but she's not in the program.
What? Well, we'll figure it out. Who else you got down there? You want to bring Lance back up?
Hold on.
I'll go get on the phone.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me kick this. Yeah.
You got Lance? David Lee Madison! David Lee Madison, host of The End of the Night. Thank you for joining us in Day 1, Block 2, sir.
How are you?
We're great.
Are you guys exhausted yet?
She's saying she's here, but she's not here.
By the way, the minute she pops up, you can make me disappear. But I just wanted to come on and say, wow, that David Howard Thornton was like a really, really nice kid. I hope nothing but the best for him.
Right? What a good energy that guy has.
Yeah, no, it's very, it's amazing. Some people, you could just see it through them. And he has like a very, very energetic personality. And you could tell he was genuinely touched when that little girl was talking to him. So, I like seeing people like him succeed. So
yeah,
thumbs up, brother.
Listen, I gotta, I'm going to take care of this real quick with Linnea. I'll be right back.
All right. You do see her chatting on there, right? Okay. I'll take that as a yes. Resend link, George. Well, if I would have known that was the case, I could have resent you the link.
Oh, Joe.
A whole lot faster than him.
Are you having fun, my friend?
I am having a blast, and I appreciate you stepping up to the plate for us during this.
You know what? I feel like this is a baseball team, and I am that 240 hitting backup first baseman, third baseman, who always comes in just at the right time and gets that key hit when you need it.
There you go. I love that. It's great.
I don't think you honestly don't believe it, but I just felt like saying it.
Oh, no, I absolutely believe it.
Oh, okay.
And let's see.
You look like you're losing your mind, Joe.
Trying to multitask here.
You look like a cartoon character. You know when they get scared and the eyes go, ah! There you go.
Yes.
So what'd you guys do over your break?
That whole half hour?
Yeah.
I replied to about 40 messages and then took a bite of food and came right back here. Yeah.
What'd you have to eat?
Took a bite of a sandwich. Only thing I could find that was quick. My wife and daughter left the house because they didn't want to make noise. So, okay, I'm going to be in the studio. Doesn't matter to me, but whatever. So
where'd they go?
No idea.
Oh, because like we're on lockdown. I couldn't throw my family out if I wanted to.
Well, we live like within a city kind of thing.
Oh, okay. Like a community.
Well, okay, yeah. But it's literally a city within a city.
So now Libby McDermott just put up, David, you are the best. But sadly, I think she's talking about the David who was just on it. It couldn't be me.
Probably. I can agree with that. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, you rat bastard.
So why don't you talk a little bit about your upcoming shows? Is there anything you can tell us?
Yes, they're going to be on Friday nights at 11 o'clock, and they're going to be an hour long.
You really know how to make this easy, don't you?
No, yeah. You know, the great mystery about the end of the night is that you never know who is going to be on or who's going to show up. I mean, last night, if you didn't see it, you have to go back and watch our interview with the great director John McNaughton. It really was like a class in teaching you about cinema and about how to make cinema, and it was really just a great show. And our next guest will announce on Monday night, and it's gonna. I guess 2 weeks from now is gonna rock the whole internet. But our guest this Friday night is a legend too. So we're gonna have a lot of fun with it, Joe. We're just gonna kind of roll around the pizza dough and see where it goes. It's what filmmakers and directors call trolling. It's when you roll the camera and you throw shit up on the wall and you see what sticks.
Okay, fair enough.
You have no idea what I'm talking about, dude.
I know exactly what you're talking about, but again, multitasking. You and I are going to play with pizza dough on Friday.
Absolutely. We're going to teach people how to make a good Hawaiian pizza with pineapple and with...
Oh, don't get people started on the pineapple, and then Lance and his gang are going to get involved, and...
Thank you, Sean. See, I at least one person watched it, so that was awesome. Well, that's a cool little emoji, Max.
And Libby said there was a delay. Of course, she was not talking about you. I mean, was talking about you.
Libby, I got your package today, and thank you very much.
And I wasn't able to get frames for their posters in time, which I'm a little annoyed about and upset about. But I do have their posters right here next to me, and yes, they will be in the background.
I would have prioritized making you one if you hadn't told me you were going to go out and buy a cheap one to hold you over.
Do you want me to start singing "Nothing Compares to You," George?
Would you? Please don't.
Let me get my harmonica.
No, wait. Just remember, we already dinged once tonight. I'm not going to get dinged for another friggin' song.
Oh yeah, that's true. David, I can't thank you enough for being part of DEF CON 1. For everybody who doesn't know, David Madison, he is not only the host of The End of the Night, he is a phenomenally talented filmmaker, writer, producer, director himself, and a dear friend of mine and the Indie Brigade. So thank you for being part of our family, brother.
Absolutely. Anytime you need some comic relief or instant stupidity, I am here for you.
No, you got to not. I think you've got one of the best spirits I think I may have ever met, man. Seriously.
Oh, thank you. Well, that's from years of living near 3 Mile Island. I literally glow.
Let's see here. I'm getting things.
Getting
any closer. Good. I did resend her the link.
So did I.
Let's see. More technical issues. I'm not sure what's happening. Is she still in the chat?
Not that I can see.
Huh.
See, now, if I was actually making a movie right now.
Okay, it says the browser blocked me again. What browser? Sorry.
If you what, David?
I
Sorry.
said if I was actually making a movie right now, this would be a big snafu.
Yeah, but you're not. You're doing this, so therefore it makes you look technically savvy.
There you go. Do you know there was a film by a great Italian director? I think his name was Antonio. Does that ring a bell to you, George?
No, but I
he
feel
did
like
a film.
What was
he
the
did a film called Blow Up?
Yeah, I remember that movie.
No. Do you remember what the director's name was?
No.
Okay, I think it was like Antonio. And when I was in college, the professor did a whole semester on this Italian filmmaker. And to be honest with you, his films sucked. They were horrible. But he thought they were like the greatest thing since sliced bread. And one day, I raised my hand because he asked, all of us who our favorite directors were. And at that time, my favorite director was Tom Holland, who has done, at the time, did Fright Night and Child's Play and Thinner and a whole bunch of movies that I thought were really awesome, especially Fright Night. And in his infinite wisdom, he decided to berate my choice of filmmaker. So the next time he showed one of these pathetic movies done by this hack filmmaker who, for some reason, has some kind of cult college following. At the end of the film, I raised my hand and I said, "Professor Brown, can I come up and make some points about the film?" And he said, "Sure." And I went up and I showed like 15 different technical mistakes. Like there's a shot when they're doing an overhead of a convertible car, and you see the shadow of the whole film crew against the car, and boom mics and all, and actually something as hideous as a reflection in a mirror. It's like a really amateur mistake. Mm-hmm. And I go through and I tear this entire film to shreds. And at the end, after I'm done doing this, he just looks at me and goes, "Madison, F you." And it was like the greatest thing in the history of my college education.
His name was Michelangelo Antonioni.
Is that who it was? Okay.
Yeah, Antonioni. Yeah.
I knew it was something like...
I do remember the movie, and I remember because I went through a big Italian phase, and I remember there were ratings in my mind, and he was very low.
Yes.
I'm sure
the worst thing about studying film in college, especially when I went, was they never really studied the films or filmmakers that we loved growing up, and they always went for some kind of artistic filmmaker that I don't know. I the interpretation of why they were great films were always lost on me.
Yeah, no, I get that. I do get that. I've been in that. I've been on that side. There are also some other very artsy films that I really do appreciate. But whenever people ask me who some of my favorite directors are, I list off all the standards that have influenced us all. But I always throw out Sylvester Stallone too, because I think he's one hell of a filmmaker. And I don't think people give him enough credit for that. Out there in the indie world, because he's got a knack for letting something unfold in front of a camera. And you and I think, have actually talked about this. He doesn't worry so much about I've got to put, and I'm not talking so much about obviously, big stuff. I'm talking about, when it's really him and the camera and his movie. He's really good at setting that camera up and letting a scene unfold in front of it. And that takes a skill. And it's not super artistic, and it's very straightforward, and it's very sort of blunt force trauma filmmaking, but he's very, very good at it. And that's why he's high on my list of favorite directors.
No, I also think that sadly, when Sylvester Stallone passes, people will look back at his work and praise it for how good it is.
That's right. And and he'll find a whole new audience after that, and that's interesting.
And there's a great Sylvester Stallone film out there that a lot of people have not seen. But if you guys are in quarantine, track down Nighthawks with Rutger Hauer. I actually think that's Stallone's best work.
I love that movie, man. I actually just watched it a few months ago. I showed it to the boy. The best part about having a 15-year-old son is that I get to rediscover a lot of things that I loved by showing him, you know, and Nighthawks was one of the movies that was on the list to show him. And it's interesting to see, you know, a 15-year-old react to movies like that in 2020 or 19 than I did when I was young and saw it. But it's still, it really, you know, it's great watching him discover things and helping him discover things and guiding his visual vocabulary, you know. And I'm sure you probably do that with your own, right? I mean,
oh, absolutely.
One of the best things in the world is like rediscovering the things that inspired us by teaching them to our children, right?
I think if my daughter didn't love like Fright Night and The Lost Boys or and Something Wicked This Way Comes, that's a tongue twister, I probably would have put her up for adoption. But luckily, she's as passionate about that stupid crap as I am.
Yeah, I know. And it's and it shows, you know. I watch the two of you interact and you guys have a phenomenal relationship. So, you know, that's really,
do you remember how exhilarating, I mean, that scene in Nighthawks when the helicopter comes up alongside the Roosevelt Island tram car, and Rutger Hauer and Sylvester Stallone have that like just momentary icon. I mean, that kind of stuff today they would do. First of all, they would do that scene in CGI,
right?
And second of all, they would never have held the moment where they make eye contact as long as they did in the original movie. And stuff like that is what is real movie magic. Real movie magic isn't something they create on a soundstage with green screen and layers of computer animation. Cinema magic is when a real moment is captured between real human beings. I'm sorry, I might be old-fashioned in saying that, and a lot of people criticize me for not being as big a fan of the contemporary stuff. But that's
I get it. You know, I came up the same way. You know, I mean, there's I don't know if there's a cutoff, but I came up the same way, and the appreciation for the way stuff used to be done. It's you got to have it, especially if you want to try to make movies, right? If you want to try to express your visual vocabulary and get your voice out there through film, you've got to respect how film became what it is today. Because if you don't respect how they did it, you'll never really be able to create anything close to that with the digital stuff. And, you know, there is some great stuff out there. Some of these great new superhero movies and things like that. There are some phenomenal moments in them. And you can tell when you look at the people who make them. You know, the people behind the people who are helming certain ones of them. You can tell their respect for film in general. As you know what I mean? And I just think it's so neat to watch. I like. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but don't you think it's almost like a totally different feeling, George, in that those feelings you get into contemporary films are almost like an exhilaration, like when you come to the cusp of a roller coaster and you're in the first car and you know what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a rush of adrenaline or an exhilaration. Where in cinema of old, it was much more visceral. It was much more guttural. It actually hit you in a deeper place. I don't know. That's the way
I agree, because I think when you watch stuff in the old days, you knew the actors were going through it. There was if there was a physical threat in the film, odds are the actor was in some sort of danger on set. And there's something to be said for that, rather than knowing that somebody's running or fighting something and they're all safety harnessed in and on a padded, you know, on a padded whatever they're on, and you know. So yeah, no, I agree with that completely. There is a visceral stuff from back in the day that doesn't exist anymore. But you know, look, it is what it is. There's the best way I can think to say it is not all modern, big, huge budget studio stuff like that. I wouldn't call a lot of it film. I would call it movies.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
It's funny because Matt Staley just said wolf hat. I think Matt's been drinking a little too much today because it's Wolfgar, my friend. Wolfgar. Wolf hat.
Wolf hat. You know,
we should have hats made up that say wolf hat. It's the coolest thing ever, I think. Thank you, man. You just made my life. Can you picture Stallone in that movie? Wolf hat!
You know, I kind of always had this story in mind that I wanted to do. It's called Underwater Wolf Cop.
It's better than werewolf. Isn't there like a big werewolf cop movie right now?
Yeah, there is. Well, I think it's called Wolf Cop.
No, there you go. They went out on a limb with that one.
Yeah. It's tough to name things sometimes. Tough to come up with those titles.
Yeah.
Let me just check what's going on here. Let's see. Well, it looks like we're still having some issues with Linnea. Wolfgar, he corrected himself. Wolfgar.
Damn you, autocorrect.
Yeah, I could see how autocorrect would maybe flag Wolfgar. But it makes me really want to see a wolf hat.
Yeah,
Joe,
right. Matt, that's your new movie.
The browser is blocking her camera and mic. And I don't know if you worked with somebody on that before, George. I tried to get her to copy the actual link and put it in a browser.
Yeah.
But it's still saying the same thing.
Yeah, we went into her phone and changed her settings, so it should be allowing her. So I don't know what's happening.
I told her that you may give her a call for a moment, but I mean, we're literally 6 minutes prior to the next guest. I don't know what to do in this situation. Again, this is live, people. It's not intentional.
Yeah, no, these are the glitches. And you know what's interesting? And this is something, David, you've got experience with live theater. Yeah, some?
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe, I will give her a call real quick. I mean, maybe just touch on that, because this is what happens, and this is part of the excitement of live, though. I mean, this is what happens. Things go wrong sometimes. We can't always fix it. We do our best. And you know what? I think we've been doing a pretty damn good job today, rolling with the punches. So
what many people don't know is that on the very first Ed Sullivan show with the Beatles, George sneezed.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Okay.
The scary part is I meant George Romero.
Oh, because he was around back then.
Of course he was. He's the living dead.
He is a big fan of Ringo.
You know why they call me Ringo? Because of my rings. That's what he said once.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yes.
Paul's got to be thrilled that they're the only two alive. Or not. What browser she's on a cell phone, and she is using Chrome or Google, I believe. So,
everybody's like, please, Linnea, get on. It'll put Madison off.
No doubt. Well, I have the power to do that, but
no.
Let's see. We can put Lance on the spot again.
Sitting here waiting. Just sitting here waiting.
Oh, this time he actually has a good shirt on.
I was gonna tell David that when he was talking about the Mets, I was going, if he says Ray Knight, I'm gonna come through that freaking computer, because that's one that I do not like, David. But I was gonna say you're all day Lenny Dykstra. I see Lenny when you're hitting 240, you come in and save the day. I'm seeing Lenny Dykstra more than I'm seeing Ray Knight.
I'm thinking either Rusty Staub was one of the greatest.
You're going way back. Ex-Astro too.
One of the greatest pinch hitters of all time. Or the Mets,
that's right.
Or the Mets pitch hitting record holder of all time is a guy named Mark Carrion.
Hey
Okay,
guys, you guys talking baseball dropped 30 viewers.
Oh, come on. It should have gone up. Everybody wants baseball right now.
Where are you from? You have a great accent.
Houston.
Oh, sweet. I was just out there recently.
Just east of Houston.
I have family in Coppers Cove, Texas.
I know where that's at.
Yep, a little bit, I think, north of Austin.
Okay. So hey, settle something for me real quick. You can't be a Yankee fan and a Mets fan, and you cannot be a Yankees fan and a Boston fan, correct?
Correct.
Because there's a lot of that around here in Texas. So
it works a very specific way. If you're from New York, if you're a Met fan, you're a Jet fan.
Right, gotcha.
So Mets, Jets, the Knicks are the team, regardless of the Nets don't even exist. It's just like really the Nets. So it's Mets, Jets, or Yankees, Giants for the people who are slightly off, who the brains don't function all the way. But they all go with the Knicks and the Rangers.
Gotcha. See, we don't have any hockey here in Houston, so I don't get the whole hockey thing. We had minor leagues. We had minor league, and we lost it a few years back.
Even Florida has a hockey team. Or
Yeah,
two.
we don't have. Well, Dallas got the Minnesota Stars about 20 years ago or something. So I'm not going to Dallas for anything if I don't have to.
Lance, did you do those drawings behind you?
No, that's Brian Clegg artwork. He's one of our vendors today.
Oh, sweet.
The Frankenstein, the Captain Spaulding, the Pennywise, and then one of the variations of Leatherface. Those are all his.
Wow.
And we bought some more for the new one too.
Kelly, you don't have a say here.
Kelly.
Ruin.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, so you're mad? Are you mad at the Astros? I heard y'all kind of throw some shade. I heard.
No, I'm extremely pleased with the Astros.
It's a good
because the Astros beat the Yankees, which made me take more money out of Ernie O'Donnell's wallet yet again.
Sorry, Ernie. That's awesome. I try to explain to people that really everybody. I don't want to piss anybody off. In baseball, everybody cheats in some way or another. Did we do it a little bit too extreme? Maybe. I think there was some bullying going on. I want to put that my 2 cents out. So, and it all stopped around the World Series of 17. No proof that they cheated in the World Series. So.
Well, let me tell you, as a Met fan, and actually dear friends of one of the owners of the New York Mets, Sol Katz, Carlos Beltran is a thug.
Thank you. That's the bully right there.
And he's the one who brought it to Houston.
Thank you.
And I am very, very happy that the Mets decided to have him for manager for like 4 days and then fire his ass.
That's right. I love David.
I'm glad somebody out there does.
That's awesome. Thank you for saying that.
What's his consensus, George?
Linnea. So I spoke with Linnea. There's something going on. But here's where we're at. For anybody who signed up for Linnea, we are going to have her on the Indie Brigade very soon. We will figure out what's going on her end with the tech. And anybody who signed up to be on here with Linnea will be welcome to join and get some extended time with her on an episode of Romero Pictures Indie Brigade. That's the best we can do on the fly. Like I said, we're ironing out these details in real time. So please bear with us. Thank you for your patience. And we love you all. I am just posting up a link now because we've got some folks who are here to speak with some of the rest of our guests for the night. And
I see Scott in the lobby right now. I'm assuming he's wanting to speak with John.
Hey, Joe, before you drop me down, can I say real quick? Great show last night, David.
Oh, thank you very much.
It really was. It really, really was.
Anybody down yet? Michael Berryman is supposed to be.
Yes. So.
Coming on next.
And he told me that he was all good. Let me just, this is how this stuff goes. This is normally, I would be behind the scenes doing this and calling people. But
hey, would you guys mind later when you guys have Kane Hodder on if I just say hello for a moment? I haven't spoken to Kane in a while.
Sure.
Please do.
I haven't either.
Let me just call Michael real quick and just make sure.
Okay.
We hung out with him last month, you know. Samantha had lunch with him, you know.
Who's that?
Where is Sam? She's
Michael Berryman.
Oh, okay.
She's working. She won't stop working, Joe.
Is she going to come on when Michael comes on and say hi?
Yeah.
She
absolutely
will.
Okay.
They're like best friends now, so you know.
Joe, no Linnea today. I am sorry. It did not work out. Technical difficulties. As George said, we will have her on the show. I'm assuming as early as Friday, and anybody who signed up for Linnea will have their one-on-one time with her then live whenever we get confirmation of when she's going to be on. I'm hoping it's going to be as early as this coming Friday. Next Friday. I forget where I am right now, what day of the week it is.
Joe, may I ask David one more thing, baseball related?
Absolutely.
Jesus.
Do you remember the 86 NLCS? Well,
like yesterday, my friend.
Do you believe if Mike Scott had gotten to that game 7, y'all would have won?
Yeah,
honestly.
I honestly do, because I always feel like baseball is about destiny. And if we didn't, if we didn't lose Game 6 to the Red Sox with 2 outs, down by 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th,
Right.
that dribbler that went through Buckner's legs,
That was it.
you knew it was destiny.
Yeah, you're right. They'd have
I
found
mean,
a way.
I think we would have won Game 7 like 1-0, to be honest with you.
He was on. Yeah. That was a great series.
I mean, we were a far superior offensive club, and
Right.
you guys had, as I recall, maybe like Kevin Bass, Bill Doran.
All right, I got to interrupt you guys for a second, just so Scott and Sean both know. I see you down in the lobby. We're waiting to get Michael on. All right, they saw me. They acknowledged me. They know we know they're there.
Awesome. Yeah, that was my favorite team. I was 16 that year, and that was my favorite Astros team of all time.
Oddly enough, I was 46.
I doubt that.
I actually got to go to game 2 of the World Series that year, and I think we lost, as I recall.
Wow. Yeah, I was actually pulling for Boston because of Clemens being a UT guy, and I'm a UT fan. So
let me ask you, Lance, what's your favorite film of all time?
My favorite film of all time? Put me on the spot, and if I had to say it, Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction?
Yes, and that's like 1A through 1G maybe. I have a lot of very, very go-tos. But like if Pulp Fiction's on, I stop and watch it like I've never watched it before.
Now, see, David, you got to understand you're putting him on the spot when all his film friends are watching. That's
okay.
I doubt Quentin's watch.
Did you like his new what's it called? Hollywood.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. I loved it.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it. I've loved all of his movies.
Mm-hmm.
I think the weakest one is Jackie Brown, and I absolutely adore that movie.
I think I'm not a big fan of the Kill Bill movies.
I liked them. They were fun.
I think I would like it maybe as 1 2-hour movie instead of 2.5
2-hour movie. Yeah. It's a lot. And he wanted it to be one movie as well. He ended up splitting it up. But yeah, I'm a Fight Club guy. If you go indie, Circus of the Dead has just shot to the top. I'm watching it like every other day right now. I think Billy Pond is a freaking genius, a mad genius. Sweet. And my wife finally got to it, and she actually likes it now.
Having any luck?
And talking about Bill Oberst, like you were talking about David being that iconic, that new iconic, franchise. Mm-hmm. I think Bill Oberst Jr. was that with Papa Corn. Just an amazing performance.
Yeah, I seen him a while back playing Abe Lincoln in an Abe Lincoln fights zombies movie.
Right. He was in that 3 from Hell as well.
Oh wow!
For a scene.
So hi everybody.
Hey George.
Sorry, I was just on the phone with Michael Berryman.
That's all.
I just hung up with Linnea a few minutes ago.
So listen, Michael says he's down there. Do you see him?
Michael says he's down there.
Says he's in the lobby. He can see himself and everything.
I see Scott. I see Sean. I see no Michael. Did you send him the right link? There are multiple links.
Funny story. When you guys
I got you covered. George, I got you covered.
Hang on.
Funny story. When you guys went to break, I was still on the old link, sitting there literally watching Black for like an hour and a half, thinking that there was a technical problem. Until I finally went to George. Hey, George, is there a new link? And he sent it to me kindly enough.
Scott got in, right?
Scott is in.
Okay, I think I sent him the wrong link. Hang on.
Scott and Sean.
It's not my fault, though. It's Joe's fault completely, 100%.
I sent the links in order.
Joe's fault.
Thank you, Lance.
Joe's fault.
I like holding it up. It's good exercise because I can't go to the gym. It's good stuff. Got you covered, George.
Scott's saying, I love Circus of the Dead. Billy and Bill have it. Papa loves you. Scott was typing in the private chat here.
All right, I'm going to call him back.
Okay,
it's Berryman again.
Blame George?
No, not a thing.
It is.
David, same question.
It's becoming a thing.
I'm sorry, what?
What's your favorite?
My favorite movie of all time, or my
all time? If you can.
I have very, very strange eclectic taste. I think the best cinematic masterpiece of all time, and it's very corny. A lot of people would believe it to be a corny pick, but I think It's a Wonderful Life is probably the greatest film that was ever made.
Wow.
And I'm a big fan of the original Universal horror pictures, like Bride of Frankenstein, I think is one of the greatest movies ever made. I'm a big fan of Tom Holland's work, like Fright Night, the original one, 1985, with Roddy McDowall and Chris Sarandon.
VHS is up there.
One of the just a great masterpiece of a film. In fact, I made my film Mr. Hush is kind of like a contemporary ode to Fright Night. So,
awesome.
Those are probably my favorite films.
Awesome. That's cool to get that kind of insight.
Now I'm sitting around.
As someone's around that kind of stuff, it's really awesome.
If you ever get a chance, there's a great Fright Night documentary that they made in England. It's a multi-DVD and Blu-ray set that I was honored to be a part of. But if you're a fan of Fright Night, it's definitely something you should check out.
Okay, cool. Do it.
Did you send the wrong link?
No.
Okay.
Maybe. It's still your fault.
Oh, well, Linnea tried to call me back just now.
So do you have Michael down in the lobby now?
I do not.
What?
I can call Linnea for you. Want me to, Joe? Have her phone.
He said he's in the lobby.
Let me get rid of Lance and see if anybody... No. He's not in the lobby.
Well, everybody, we're working this out. We were bound to run into some issues today. It was bound to not go.
Things are running way too smooth.
Yeah. So, all right.
At least let the poor fella know he's back.
Hey, Lance, you're back.
Oh, shit.
Before he starts picking his nose or something.
I was taking pictures of it. You didn't even say bye. It just drops me out.
That's the fun of this.
Yeah. I just
Master.
The puppets. Joe has the power.
Never let it go to my head. Thank you, Heather. It does happen.
I hear there's a Bring Back Joe Cat movement on the internet that's gaining a lot of steam.
Nope. Heavy metal put an end to that.
I fired him. That's what David said.
The animal rights activists are getting annoyed.
The worst thing about Joe Cat is that he always looked very angry.
Unlike this Joe.
This Joe is always very, very gleeful.
Hey, we have Michael.
Yes. Hi, guys. Hi, Michael. You gonna say hi?
All right, I'm going to hang up now.
You want Sam to say hi, Joe?
I definitely want Sam to say hi to Michael if she is available.
Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Michael Berryman.
Yes.
Hi, Michael.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm safe, and we are sheltered in place.
I'm glad y'all are safe. Are you going crazy yet?
No. I've been that way my whole life, so what are you going to do?
Yeah, I've talked to a few people who do what y'all do, and they're kind of liking the break, even though they're used to traveling all the time. It's nice to be home and not have to say no.
Well, I kind of miss the airports and traveling. I love the conventions. They're a lot of fun. I'd like to meet the fans. We were going to do Nashville in a few days, but of course, the world took a crap, and I just want everybody to recover from this, and that's more important. We were actually went down for Mardi Gras on Fat Tuesday, and I told my wife, I said, you know what, let's just head home, and we did. So I think we got lucky. It's a pretty cool little setup you got here. I like it.
Well, thank you very much. This is the first we're finding out. This is the first online convention.
Awesome.
I mean, who would have thunk it, right? And now here we are. And I think, it's great because not only did so many people lose out on revenue from attending conventions, there's a connection that comes with them. Like you said, you love meeting fans, you love meeting people at conventions. And you can see people are starting to just absolutely flip out that you're here. And it means the world to me that you're part of DEF CON 1, Michael.
Well, it's good to be part of the group.
Yeah, man. Always. I'm
going to drop the other two out, if I may, David and Lance and
Nice
Sam.
to see you again, Michael.
Bye, Michael.
Be well, everybody.
All
See
right.
ya.
And thank you, David. And
Oh, my
Sam
pleasure.
Vance.
Thank you, David. So here we go. Joe Ridgely, Michael Berryman. Have you guys met before? You guys haven't met before.
I don't believe so. No. I kind of,
Nice to meet you, sir.
you as well. I helped George out here on the show, and we got a couple of fans that are looking to speak with you. Do you mind if I bring one up?
Let's just jump right in if that's okay with you.
That's why we're here.
Do it.
All right. We have Scott.
Scott, what's up?
Hey there, Michael. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty darn good for 71 and still counting.
I hear you. I actually saw you at Cult Classic back in February, and
Oh, right on.
mentioned that we actually got to go to so far this year. When I had talked to you at the after party, we were next to Bill Oberst Jr., and you had mentioned the ability to empty yourself into the mirror, and I wanted you to elaborate a bit more on that.
Oh, sure. One of the things that I like to do, well, I've been doing this for 40 years, the acting thing. And what I found that really helps a lot for an actor, or just if you just want to have some fun, look in the mirror and just let all the emotions out completely. And then try not to move any muscles on your face, and just have thoughts. And every thought or memory, has a certain emotional content to it, and it should be able to read across your face without having to, make an expression, and so it's emoting from the deep within, from a deeper center. And I find that in working in film, a lot of times actors don't understand that less is more, especially when you're doing an extreme close-up. The process, of course, you do your wide shot, your master shot, your coverage, and then you do your ECUs. And at that point, something very small can be huge. And a perfect example is of Jack Nicholson in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, when Billy's having his date, and the chief and Jack's character, McMurphy, are sitting on the floor underneath the window. And there's a little moment where he goes, this won't take long, you know what I mean? Yeah. And then he pauses, and what happens next is a little piece of magic. Next time you see the movie, look for it. And what happens is a train in real time, every night around midnight, the train would blow its whistle. And Milos was smart enough to leave the camera rolling. And so Jack just played off of it. It's very, very, very subtle. Okay. So Jack's he's sitting there. The train makes its whistle, and he kind of just sort of rolls his eyes up and looks, and then kind of smiles. And then he does this little exhale. It's a very, very small movement, but it conveys so much of the experience that he had had since going to the state hospital. That's what I mean by that. And it works with animals too. If you have a dog or a cat, you can give them that look, and they'll go, "What's wrong with you?"
Well, that was awesome. Scott, did that answer your question?
Oh, most definitely. I'm very satisfied. Thank you.
There'll be a quiz at 5.
I'll be there.
No,
Thank
you
you for joining us, Scott.
Thanks, Scott.
All right.
All right, and we have...
And we're back on track. Sean Smithson.
How you guys doing?
Is it Sean?
Okay.
Oh, he has a
Sean.
Romero picture shirt on.
Sean.
Yep. How you doing,
Church.
Michael? So, I guess I don't really have a question. Just wanted to say that when I was 8 years old, it is when I was first introduced to you as an actor, and that was in the movie Weird Science, where you played the mutant biker. And with that, I always use the line you use in it whenever I mess up with woodworking with my business partner. I was just telling him, I'm like, just keep this between us. I need to keep my teaching job. So
That's cool.
But wondering, do you have?
I had a film that was dialed in for Spain. Of course, that fell through, and we did have a convention for Ben Dixon's Blood and Ink in Nashville, which is a great show when things get back to normal. I highly recommend it. Get some great tattoos. There's great artists there. I always have a stack of scripts, but it's kind of funny if you're in the industry, you'll have a stack of scripts, and I do everything backwards because it's the way the camera is, and there's the ones on top, and then you read them and you go, wow, that's really great. I can really get into this role, and then they wind up on the bottom of the pile, and a lot of times it really comes down to completing the business model, which is you have to have the funding, you need your cast. And if it all comes together in a timely manner, you can get the cast that you want. A lot of times, certain actors are contracted with a studio or for television or for something else. So it's almost a slight miracle when everything does come together. I had a really cool project of the films that you wish would have come to fruition. And here's the title of one. It's called Montana Smith and the Last Dinosaur. And Montana Smith and his sidekicks are me, and I have big arms, kind of like Pluto. My other sidekick was going to be a real famous boxer. I can't think of his name right now. And then the guy playing Montana Smith was supposed to be Tom Selleck before he got his TV show. And we wind up going to Hawaii, and we are actually aliens. And we come to Hawaii to a crater where our ship is, and also we're going to find one of our fellow compatriots, which is actually a Tyrannosaurus Rex. And so, of course, there's a love interest. He's a scientist. He runs into another scientist, the gal. And then there's people that want to get the dinosaur. We wind up getting ready to leave with the T-Rex. And then we're inside a force shield. And she goes, no, I want to come with you, Tom Selleck. And he goes, no, you would not survive on our planet. And so when we're inside our force shield, we look reptilian. And then he reaches out with reptilian arms. And then beyond the realm, of course, it's humans. And he gives her a great hug. And it's a love story that never came to fruition. But it had a lot of really cool ideas. And that would never happen. So when you ask if there's a project, there's always a project. It's called The Theater in Your Head, I am working on the final final rewrite of my autobiography, which starts at age 2 until all the way up till probably now, I guess. I'll have to make a mention of this.
Awesome.
We're breaking new ground here, right? Yay, man.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Well, we don't really have a choice.
That's awesome.
I mean,
No, we don't.
All right, Sean, thank you very much for your question and for
Great question,
thank you,
Sean.
Michael.
here. We'll see you later.
See you, buddy. Sean is one of our biggest fans and supporters, and he's a phenomenal woodworker. He and I met over woodworking, and his woodworking company actually sponsors one of the blogs on the Indie Brigade network. So he's a great fan and a great friend too, and a very good guy. So, and what's cool is he's now started writing his first horror script.
Awesome.
And it's really great to watch him sort of grow and watch his process kind of be born. You know what I mean? It's neat to watch.
Well, if you can turn a nightmare into a bag of popcorn and a screen and it's projected, you're doing good.
So listen, so obviously, first of all, thank you again so much for this. This really is the first of its kind thing, and we've had some glitches, but I think that happens with any live stream or any live performance of anything, and we've got a great, phenomenal audience that's been very patient and understanding with all of our little glitches, and so this is going to be something we're going to continue to do. But with that said, sort of a couple of questions of the day is, what do you think is what's your view of the landscape going to be for the entertainment industry and for indie project creation after this pandemic sort of panic goes away and we can re-enter society? What do you think the landscape's going to look like for indie film?
Well, I think it'll be as strong as it always has been. I work with a lot of, I have a doctor friend, Jesse Birch, out of Arkansas. And if you can, if you have your crayon, you could write these titles down. He does some independent shorts or silent shorts. The first one is called One Please. It's a creepy ice cream man comes to suburbia, and the cost of an ice cream is your mother's finger, and I'm the creepy ice cream man. It won a lot of awards as it traveled across the country. He did another one called Cured, and a delightful one stars his son. It's called Odd Happenings in a Tiny Tent, and I get to play a mime. So those are 3 titles to look for that are really a lot of fun. There's also a project called the Viscera Film Festival in, I believe it's Orlando, Florida. Bill Vollard is the guy that puts that together. And it's all films that are written, directed, produced by women. And they're phenomenal. One of my biggest, well, it's not a gripe, but one of my complaint. It's a complaint because I wish there was 2 of me when I go to film festivals, because I'm obligated to be at my table to meet and greet, and I love that very much, and maybe MC. But I would like to also look at every single one of the independent films. I know that contractually, it must be very, very difficult to have at a film festival, especially an indie film festival, and have all of those films, in a compilation on DVD, for instance. But I think it'll be just fine. I just hope the pandemic, of course, goes away, and that people get their businesses back up and starting. And once we get the green light, I think things are going to be gangbusters. I know investors. We have investors for some projects my manager and I are working on, and the money comes from all over the world. Film is one of the most ancient, storytelling is one of the most ancient art forms we have. So I think it'll be robust, and I just think that with the sequestered at home, I think it'll create an atmosphere where people will write down ideas. I actually had the opportunity to meet Rod Serling when I was in college. I went back to Santa Monica for a couple of months to take a summer break. And I'll just be straight up with you. My brothers and I, one of my brothers and I, we decided to get the munchies. So, we smoked a little doob and then we walked over to 31 Flavors. Sure. So about 9 o'clock at night, got the munchies. We were responsible hippies, and we're not operating heavy equipment.
Right.
We walked 5 whole blocks. So we walk into 31 Flavors, and there's nobody in there except this guy, skinny guy in a suit, and he was kind of swarthy, leathery skin. He smoked too many cigarettes. They're very bad for you.
Yeah, I know.
My brother taps me on the shoulder and he goes, "That's Rod Serling." And I go, "No shit. Wow. I want to talk to him, love Twilight Zone." And so I'm waiting for a moment to talk to him. And instead, my brother does this. And I swear to God, Rod Serling took a 20 or whatever it was and gives it to the guy behind the counter. And he goes, "God, keep the change." And he runs out the door. So I follow after him, and my brother's coming along too. And I go, "Mr. Serling, please stop. Don't run away. Don't run away. Thank you." And my being an idiot, just can you hold on a second? And he turns around. Or he had a driver. Okay, I love the Lincolns. They're great cars.
Yeah.
So he puts his foot on the rear bumper, and he has a cigarette. And he takes a hit off of it. And
oh no!
Thank you. Thank me for what? And I was a little nervous. I have a very busy brain. I've been told. My dad was a neurologist, and I've had tests. It's a lot of synapses going on up here. Anyway, I wanted to say something really intelligent, and here's what I said. "I want to thank you for your brain." And he goes, "God, start the car. Start the car." And I go, "No, wait a minute. And I was like 19, 20 years old, whatever. And I'm nervous because I'm meeting Rod Serling.
Yeah, right.
And he goes, takes another hit, lights up another cigarette. And he goes, just take a moment, take a breath, takes a puff up the cigarette. Here's what he says. What are you trying to tell me? I was very embarrassed, but I said, you tell great stories. And then he said, which ones? Bingo. So I go, well, the henpecked husband that liked to read books, and he worked in a bank. He used to take the breaks in the vault, and then there was a nuclear war, and he survived. But before that happens, he comes home, and the wife says, you're reading all the time. It bugs me, but maybe just tonight you could read a book to me. And he's all excited and wonderful and happy, and of course she's scratched out all the words. So everybody's dead except him. And then of course he breaks his glasses. It was just I think that was oh God, real famous. I can't think of his name right now. But brilliant writing. And then I mentioned a few others, and then Rod Serling says, well, after about 15 minutes of talking to him, he goes, well, thanks a lot, guys. I got to go now, and if you notice I have makeup on, I just finished taping up my new series. And I go, oh yeah, what's the new series? He goes, well, it's an hour-long episode called The Night Gallery. I hope you like it. So he gets in the car, and this is at, I grew up in Santa Monica. It's pretty well known now. So if you go to 26th Street in San Vicente by the Brentwood Country Mart on San Vicente, it was 31 Flavors, Baskin & Robbins.
Yep.
So it's foggy. It's about 10 o'clock at night, and the Lincoln drives away, and the taillights dissolve into fog, and it's quiet. And I look at my brother, and I go, now, on 3. And finish the rest of that doobie. With ice cream, of course.
Awesome.
Man,
it's a true story. It really happened.
It's interesting because Rod Serling actually, he was in the Air Force, and
yes, he was.
And he says about writing, he says that he was bitter about everything and at loose ends when he got out of the service, and he thinks he turned to writing to get it off his chest.
Oh, of course. What's motivation? I remember a great quote from a friend of mine, and actually my wife was working on a screenplay, and our friend told her, like, how do you do the writing process? And he said, write until there's nothing left.
Yeah. And
then pick it up from there.
Right.
Which is great advice.
It really is. And if anybody's ever tried to write anything, you'll know what that means.
Yeah.
Well, Michael, listen, I'm sorry we got to cut it a little bit short. We got people to you. I'm sorry we had a couple minutes glitch there for everybody. But I cannot thank you enough for being part of DEF CON 1. And, we've talked a little bit about all the things we're trying to raise awareness and support for with this. And your support and participation means the world to me. A huge fan and very proud to be a new friend and brother to you, sir.
Thank you, my brother. And I will feel free to post anything on my front page of that site. I will be taking the fan page and the other page. I'm going to be making them public because I have thousands of friend requests. I want to just go. I haven't figured out how to do that yet. I'm not geeky, but it's been a pleasure and an honor, and I'll be available for you anytime. And let's keep this ball rolling, and people go out and make the world a better place tomorrow. And it all starts with being lazy. It only takes 3 muscles to smile. It takes 27 to frown. So be lazy. Peace out.
Thank you, Michael.
Good night. Thank you.
Stay healthy, brother.
Stay healthy, brother.
What a guy.
He's amazing. And we're back on track.
Yeah, we are back on track. I've got some other guy down in the lobby that is, I think, anxious to talk to you. I'm not sure. We could just put him on the spot. And
Mr. John Kassir.
Just like the opening of the show.
Exactly like it. Exactly like
it. Get out of here.
How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. I'm isolating myself like everyone else, and I'm, thankful to be here with my wife and my dogs, and in a place where I'm safe and sound, and I hope everyone else is too. I took this seriously early on, and I'm glad I did, because, dude, it's ugly out there, and I wish everybody and their families safety and health, and in the meantime, keep a sense of humor and have a good time. Keep a distance of 6 feet. In my case, under.
Man, what a trip. You and I have kind of known each other through Joe here for several years now.
I've never met you.
Never.
I'm kidding. I always admired Big George, and one of the reasons that I always loved horror, wound up in horror, was just kind of a crazy thing. I loved horror as a kid, and then to wind up being part of horror was not something that I ever thought I would. And there's been a number of things associated with horror and the horror community, and I really love it.
So let's start there. You never thought you'd end up in this world. Yet now, not only are you in it, you're literally one of the most iconic people in it. So,
part of the voice of. You got to give Kevin Yeager huge props for coming up with this guy. I mean, the look of this guy, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, obviously, you got to go back and you got to thank, Bill Gaines and for coming up with Tales from the Crypt. I collected the comic books as a kid, and it was a huge thing to me. I used to have to hide them. I would hide them in my Casper comics, and my sister's boyfriend gave me a bunch of Archie comics, and I'm sure I never read one of them, but they were great for hiding my Tales from the Crypt comic books in, so they wouldn't get thrown out by my mother. Yep. They cause juvenile delinquency, which is what they believed back then.
Oh yeah, I had a Footlocker that I dragged into the woods behind the house that had my D&D manuals and my Tales from the Crypt and my heavy metal magazines and my Fangorias and my copies of movies and things like that.
You know what happened to them? Do you still have them?
No, God, no.
My mother gave mine away to some kid down the block while I was in college. I didn't know it. After I got the show, I came back looking for it, thinking, oh man, this is so great. I got all these as a collection. I probably had a half a dozen of them, but they were pre-code comic books. I mean, they're worth a lot of money now. And of course, I was like, Mom, where are my comic books? She goes, oh, I gave them to some kid down the street.
What's his name? Where is he now?
Old Hot Wheels and Matchbox cars and comic books and stuff. And
well, if you need us to help you find that kid.
They probably had no idea. They probably wound up like in his sandbox or something. He's probably blowing them up with firecrackers or M80s by the time he was 12. But I used to build all those testers models. Ideal models. The Aurora models of Frankenstein and Dracula. I mean, the Universal Horror Monster movies were definitely my first, gateway drug to horror.
Right.
and they kind of go on my scary.
And then you go on to become the voice of this iconic character. And that had to have been a trip. That had to have been a ride, right? I mean,
it's maybe the easiest job that I ever got. I was doing another series for HBO, and some of my fans are too young to remember that. But First and 10 was HBO's, if not their first series, one of their first series about a football team. And I had that year won Star Surge as a stand-up comic and went from street performing in front of the Metropolitan Museum and, the occasional off-Broadway show to being on a series. I was supposed to come onto that show and do 2 episodes as a guest star as Zagreb Shkanuski. I was the Bulgarian field goal kicker that could kick 60-yard field goals. And O.J. Simpson, who was a producer on the show, was also played the general manager on the show. And Delta Burke played the owner of the team. And I think that season, I'm blanking on his name, and it's such an easy name, and he's so great. Flash Gordon.
You're putting me on the spot. Now I'm blanking.
Jones.
Somebody chime in. Save us. I used to love First and 10 too.
Anyway, he played the quarterback on the show. And my first day, Sam Jones. Thank you, Lance and Sam Wagner Wiles.
Boom. Wagner Wiles is a show on the Indie Brigade Podcast Network. Lance and Sam are members of the family in the brigade.
Fantastic. But Sam, I actually run into him in a lot of the conventions. I don't know why I couldn't think of his name. It just, too much isolation. Your brain starts running wild. But,
I've been
lollipop.
I've been talking since 2 o'clock.
Cannabis lollipop. No.
What is that?
Anyway, that series, I had them laughing so hard my first day shooting that, believe it or not, I had, as much as I can say, OJ probably cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars in residuals when they pulled First and 10 off of late night television and reruns. He also got me the show because he goes, "This guy's funny. We got to have him on the show every week." And I wound up on that show for 6 years. So, and while I was doing that show, my agent got a call and said, "Look, we know John does these voices in his act and he does characters, and we need an actor, stand-up comic voice guy to come in and do this show, Tales from the Crypt." And I was like, "You're kidding me. They're making Tales from the Crypt into a series?" I was like, it's just going to be a cult thing, because even HBO wasn't really, didn't have the viewership it has now. It was one of the first cable networks there, and they were, just getting up and running. And so my agent called me and I said, "Yeah, I'll go down and audition for that." And I got to go into Kevin Yeager's studio where Kevin was auditioning people for the part. And it was so cool because here was, I walked in, there was all these great things hanging off the wall that he had worked on and all these great, models. Kevin, of course, is like the most amazing artist as well. And he starts out by doing these clay models of his figures and things that he's creating. And the Crypt Keeper was in all these different versions of them. One of them had a nose, one of them had it rotted off, one of them had hair, one of them didn't have hair. And, Kevin was putting together this Crypt Keeper. They didn't give him much budget to start with because they didn't have a lot of money to start with. And he was putting them together with parts from his shop, including Chucky eyes. A lot of people don't know this, but these eyeballs were some spare Chucky eyes that Kevin had in the studio, and he had all those little airplane motors called servos that he was putting in, to make the forehead move and the mouth move and, the cheeks move and all that stuff. And he had a little boom box with a little microphone, and I'm sitting there going, "Be careful what you ask for. You may get it." And Kevin's like, doing this to me, and it's cracking me up. So I'm like, "Oh, this is great." The Crypt Keeper laughs at his own jokes, and I keep going. And, in my act, I had been doing for years since I was a kid. My buddy Fred and I used to, go and do all the talent shows and stuff at school and the morning announcements. And I would always do the Wizard of Oz. And I think I started out maybe 10 minutes. By the time I got to Star Search, I was doing it in 2.5 minutes. But I was like, I'll give him a laugh like the Wicked Witch of the West. And, he'll be funny and dry like Alfred Hitchcock and Alfred Hitchcock Presents. And he'll have this funny, Henny Youngman kind of delivery. "Hey, take my wife, please," kind of thing.
Yeah.
And loving the puns and everything. because I could see other people that were auditioning for it, looking at the script, going, "Be careful what you ask for. You may get this is terrible." I was like, "They don't get it. This is like Shakespeare to this guy."
Yeah.
And literally the next day, Kevin had me doing it for Joel Silver and Richard Donner, who were, you know, maybe the two biggest producer and director and, you know, guys in the movie makers in the business. And their partners in this were also Walter Hill and Bob Zemeckis and David Giler, who produced Alien, and all these, you know, great people involved in the, you know, in this show. And, you know, so I was probably shaking when I first auditioned for them in some trailer on the set that they were working on. And it may have acted, you know, attributed to the voice.
You know what's interesting, you know? And I remember being such a fan of it, and I remember laughing, and I remember using it's no big secret that my father obviously was my father, and father hated horror and didn't want me to go into it and didn't want me to make movies and the whole thing. But you know, she especially didn't like horror. So you know, for me,
although she spelled it different, she spelled it with a WH.
Well, you know what Tales from the Crypt did, and what your delivery and what your character did was I think help a whole generation explain to their parents that this shit's funny.
Oh, totally. I mean, that's if you look at the Crypt Keeper was designed in the comic books as well as in the show and in the movies and everything else to be, you know, the guy that lets you know that this is supposed to be fun, that it is tongue in cheek. If I had one. And, you know, I mean, it's like a roller coaster, you know, the roller coaster, you're always taking the ride up. I always thought of the Crypt Keeper as the ride up to the top of the roller coaster, you know, because we've been on good roller coasters, we've been on bad roller coasters, but the ride to the top is always good because you know, you don't know what it's going to be, and it's the anticipation. And everybody laughs and giggles and gets all excited on that ride up, and they're all talking and like, I can't do, oh my God, I want to get off. I want to get off. You know, and that's what people describe to me when they talk about seeing the Crypt Keeper as a kid. Because a lot of times they either weren't allowed to watch it, but they snuck down and watched it anyway.
Yeah.
It's the only show that they got to watch with their family together. Their parents wouldn't let them watch it, so they watched it with their grandmother on the weekends. I mean, there's all these different ways that I found out, and we never knew that kids were watching this show. We just assumed they weren't. And of course, years later found out that everybody grew up with it as, you know, as their gateway drug to horror. And I'm glad to have popped your scary. But you know, it was always meant to be that. So understanding that is how I really got the part, and understanding that, you know, how much he enjoys telling these stories and getting you all titillated and excited about what you're about to see.
Yeah, you know, and oh man, I do remember. I have such fond memories of it, and I think it brought people together, and that's what I think horror has always tried to do. It's always been about the community of horror. Most people in this business, that, you know, we're like all the nicest folks ever on earth, and all we have to do is bring people together.
I love going to conventions, you know, because not only just because I was on Tales from the Crypt, but because, you know, I love being a part of see here I got this guy Chuck Daniels is telling me he got to get his dad to watch an episode when he was younger, and he didn't like horror, but he wasn't a fan, but he had to watch. That's a great memory. But you know, it's such a community when you go to the horror conventions. I get invited to obviously I've done on-camera stuff, theater stuff, voices of other great characters, you know, the dad on Rocket Power and Buster Bunny, who I took over for the amazing Charlie Adler, and, you know, Deadpool, the original voice of Deadpool, and all this stuff. And I get asked to go to those conventions too, but I don't, you know, they're not really my thing. I much more enjoy, I much more enjoy going to the horror conventions because it's my thing and those are my people. But it's funny, you go to like a Star Trek convention or something and people look normal, but they're, totally bizarre. Like I'll come up to you and goes, hey, I printed out your IMDb. It's 52 pages. And you're like, I can just look it up on my phone, right? Like, yeah, but I wanted you to have a copy, And it's like you have those people are brilliant, but they're a very special breed. And then you go to a horror convention and everybody looks like freaks. I mean, tattoos from here down, and which is a whole nother story we can go into. But then when they talk to you, they're like completely normal. They're just, it's like I always get these, like now I've been doing these cameos. By the way, you can order cameos for me there's a little thing trailing below that lets you know about that. And I wasn't going to do them because I was like, I don't, but people were like, oh, I would love to have that. I would love to do that for my birthday or my brother's birthday. We bonded together and I was like, oh, this is great. Make a little extra money, but also, provide something for the fans. And sometimes I apologize to people if it takes a day or two sometimes to get to them because, when you're recording and you're working, it's like to sit down. I can't just do it. I can't just read it. I have to actually come up with puns for that person and their particular thing. And I want to create something, each individual person that orders one. But when they order it, they'll go, oh yeah, I used to watch this with my mom and it's her birthday and she's 76 years old or she's blah, 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 blah. And we used to, when I was a kid, she'd bring me in and we would watch it together and she loved the Crypt Keeper. And, she used to call him my boyfriend and all this stuff. And I was, and I laugh and I think about it. And I'm just always imagining a regular person, but then I'll see a picture of them and they'll like have the Crypt Keeper like tattooed on their neck.
Well, what do you think about that? I mean, what do you like? That's a really good point. I
love it. It's unbelievable,
right?
Like you've arrived when somebody's tattooed your character on their neck.
Not only do they love your character, they say, fuck a regular job. I love your character so much.
Nowadays, who cares? The biggest CEOs in the world have tattoos and all over them. And, they just don't roll up their sleeves until they feel like going out, but it's funny because the first time I signed, somebody had me sign their tattoo to have my signature tattooed. So I think I was at Rock and Shock and this kid came down, and if you're listening, you'll know that. I don't remember the kid's name, but I think I have a photo of him in my file of Crypt Keeper tattoos. And he came down and he just caught me on a Sunday before I was about to leave. He goes, "Oh my God, and he had like this really cool looking, antique looking Tales from the Crypt design on his T-shirt. And I was like, oh, great, a real Tales from the Crypt fan like me. And he threw back his hair and he had the Crypt Keeper tattooed on his neck. And he goes, "Can you sign this for me, man? I'm going to have it tattooed." And I was like, okay, sure, man, why not? And I can't remember which convention I was at, but there was an adult film star. And she was going around having all the celebrities, being a celebrity herself, she was having all the celebrities sign all over her torso.
Person.
And, she had me sign just below her navel. And all I imagined was one day I would be the finishing shot in a pornography when my signature is splashed
with someone else's signature.
Somebody else's signature. And I'm like, hey, you got to love it, man. You got to love it. You've arrived. Hey, I've been in this business a long time. I've been supporting myself as an actor for 40 years exclusively. When I left Baltimore as a kid and studied in theater and got my first off-Broadway show, which closed after 3 weeks of inner fighting between the creative team and the producing team, opened and closed, and wound up in New York with no job. I supported myself street performing in front of the Metropolitan Museum in between theater jobs, which were far and few between. But I decided that I was going to support myself as a performer exclusively because I knew that that was the only way that I was going to make it, was to keep putting myself out there and creating my own brand of what I do. And, you think you're either going to be very rich or very poor. And, I've made a nice living as an actor up and down and up and down and up and down for 40 years. And I certainly wouldn't, put myself in the upper echelon of rich actors, but I can't complain. I'm so glad that I made a living doing what I love. But it was, for the first 5-6 years, I was, I would lose change in my apartment so that if I ran out of money, I'd go, oh, you know what? I got $1.25 hidden somewhere for a slice of pizza, And so I certainly know what it's like to have no money. I certainly know what it's like to have enough money to do, travel and do the kinds of things I like to do. And, but you don't think that you're just you can carve out a living, for many, 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 many years. And at the same time, you don't know if you're ever going to get a memorable part, something that people remember you for. And certainly, and secondly, although I loved voice acting, I never thought that I would have such a solid career as a voice actor. I'd worked my way up through theater and then had gotten into sitcoms and First and 10 and all those shows. And everybody knew me as a comic / actor, even though I came from very, classic theater on stage. And even musicals. I did musicals at Lincoln Center and all kinds of, off Broadway, Reefer Madness, for those of you who are fans. Festa, Sally, Festa. And Three Guys Naked from the Waist Down, which is, was a stand-up off Broadway musical that I did with Scott Bakula. We played 3 stand-up comics who think Dreamgirls, but was stand-up comics. And those are some of the better things that you do over, the lifespan of your career. And the few people that saw you in that dark room are the only people that even know you did it. And those are the things you're proud of. And then all of a sudden something like Tales from the Crypt comes along and you're like, oh, this is great. I never thought Tales from the Crypt was going to be as big as it is. I thought it was going to be a cult thing,
Well, it is. I mean,
it is, but I thought it was for only like an exclusively small audience, not like pop culture.
Big cult.
It's a big cult. It's a big cult, and a big community. And horror has, finally gotten to the point where we all of us who love horror think it always should have been. Yeah. And taken seriously as a genre of film and television and writing. And, Stephen King has done more for horror as a writer than probably, since Edgar Allan Poe. Yeah. Another boy from Baltimore.
So listen, I got a question for you, the question of the night. And the question of the night is, what do you see the landscape of the indie world being after this whole coronavirus pandemic thing is over? Like, is it going to boom, do you think? Do you think mainstream Hollywood's going to come in and source the indie world for like a bunch of new talent? Or do you think they're just going to be like, fuck you guys, stay indie? Or what's the landscape look like to you in 6 months?
Well, honestly, I think that they're already looking for content. I mean, there is so much streaming content. They need it. They're looking for it. If you can get it to the right people, you can get it out there. Or, when I first came on the scene, like when I was doing, after I won Star Search, I had so many people come to me and go, hey, we want to create a show for you. What'll it be? Oh, you know what? We're going to make this alien puppet. You're going to play straight man to an alien puppet. And I was like, no, thanks. Well, it was Alf. Yeah. Hey, we want you to be like, there's 3 guys and they're raising kids. And we want you to be like one of the funny uncles or blah, 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 blah. It was Full House. I was like, nah, I don't think so. It's not for me. I'd probably be speaking of rich, I'd probably be very rich, but I also would have slipped my wrists. Yeah. Not that it was bad. It just wasn't what I wanted to do, Right. But there was nothing that I could come up with. I mean, I did wind up getting my own kids show on the USA Network, which was just a blast to do. I got to hire all my friends to help me the most talented people I know to bring the art direction and the puppetry and all these wonderful things to it, called Johnny Time. And sadly, it's not on YouTube because it was, made back in the era where if you show where it wasn't on that long, they took it and they hid the tapes in some vault somewhere. And I can't get good enough, quality of it to put it up there on YouTube. But one of these days when I find some, or somebody who recorded it at home or something, I'm going to put them up there. But it's, think, Pee Wee Herman on acid. I mean, we were originally made that show for stoners and kids, but it wound up being on the USA Network, was the lead into the WWF on Sunday mornings. And trust me, I think more adults were watching it than kids, although it was really well appreciated as a kid show. But, it was, unless I had like a very famous showrunner or somebody who was well established, Miller Boyette or one of those guys doing the show, bringing it to the network, they didn't even want to see it. Well, now, you have very many venues to put your own material up there and get it out there. And if you get the followers and you get the people that love it, look at, all these, even people from all over the world, Fleabag and all these shows. I mean, this was a one-woman show that she got shot and, put it up there, and everybody's like, she's really, really talented. We love this show. It's so funny. It's so great. And she's wonderful. And the people that she's got into her show were wonderful. And it's really about putting together your own stuff. And, literally the only thing people are watching is what's streaming now. That's the only thing they can watch.
That's right.
So, trust me, my friends that are in studio, that work in studios, their development departments are hugely busy right now, the busiest they've ever been, because they don't have time to be in production, so they're in development right now.
Yeah.
And so there already is venue for independent. So the independent feature has become the streaming series of tomorrow.
Yeah.
All these big stars, that really haven't been given good material to do, or the paychecks that they were used to getting in these big films. That's what they want to do, Big Little Lies, or these, these shows where, where people are like, wow, this is really good. This is like the stage for independent features, but they're making them into like these extended storyline series, which launch things like Breaking Bad and launch things, my friend Pamela Adlon, who's got Better Things. I've known Pamela since she was a young kid working in this business. We did a lot of voiceover together, and hadn't seen her in a number of years because she was busy. She was doing all this great stuff with Louis C.K. and here she got her own show, deservedly so, because she's so talented. She writes, directs, and stars in her own series about her life. And, I got a call last season just to come in and do some funny little cameo. People didn't even know it was me. I came in and had this fun little walk-on part. She's like, don't worry about it. I'll have you back for something bigger. I was like, that's okay. I just had a blast doing this, working one day with you. We had, I hadn't seen her in a long time. It was so much fun. So it's really about having fun and making the things you want to make. And you really can never tell what's going to resound with people. I mean, if you had asked me if Tales from the Crypt was going to resound with a mainstream audience, I would have went, no. Yeah. And here it is. It's the thing that I'm the most known for in 40 years of a career. Yeah. I could tell you things that paid for the house that you're seeing behind me. I could tell you the things that made sure that I had a pension and made sure that I get my health insurance every year. And you'd be like, what? I don't remember that. Yeah. And I was like, yeah, I got paid very little to do Tales from the Crypt. It's just that all the money went into the budget. They didn't have a lot of money, and HBO was going to cancel it.
Yeah.
It was too expensive.
Yeah.
I just recently talked to Gil Adler, who you should have on your show or talk to. Gil's became the main showrunner for most of the episodes of Tales from the Crypt. He also is a writer and a director, and an amazing producer. He was the producer on Valkyrie and Superman Returns and, you know, Freddy's Nightmares. And he had been doing Freddy's Nightmares and you know, and the way Gil tells it, you know, Joel Silver's like, they're going to cancel our show unless we can afford to do this. He goes, we got to do X amount of pages in a day. And Gil went, okay, how many pages? And he goes, you know, whatever it was. And he goes, okay, so what do we do with the second half of the day? And Joel's like, well, what do you mean? He goes, I was doing twice that many pages on Freddy's Nightmare per day, you know. And he was like, okay, you're hired. Yep. And here he, you know, was a really great producer that kept that show on the air for such a long time. Yeah. And
well, we'd love to talk to him.
Yeah.
And I hope that you're here talking to us. We gotta jump off here though. We're at our limit. So let's first of all, thank you again so much for this. This is you've really helped to make this a special day, man. This has been phenomenal.
It's my pleasure, and to all the fans, thank you guys for following what we do. It's not only I'm fans of you as well.
And be careful what you ask for. You may get it.
Shut up. See you guys. Have a good one.
Thank you.
That was spectacular.
I love that guy.
Who doesn't love that guy?
Right?
Sean, it was awesome.
Yeah, buddy. How you going, Joe?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm good.
I just sent a link to Mr. Grieco.
Okay.
I'm not sure if he is.
Well, I'll give him a call then.
You're going to put me on the spot again?
I'm going to put you on the spot again and call him.
Let me put on my producer hat. Okay. Let's see. Whose chops can I bust? This bald guy looks good. Hey, Lance.
Hey, buddy. I figured you might come back. I was kind of ready that time.
What's
check
that?
it out. I posted this. Look, let me show you. If I can not rip my headphones out. That's the complete series.
Wow. That's awesome. See, John, there are true fans out there with the complete series.
That's right.
And he's one of our guys.
Samantha bought that for me. She spoiled me. She's probably bought, you know, half those movies.
Half.
Nice.
What a show.
Wasn't it?
Dude, he came out with the voice and just boom, bam, boom. I was like, holy shit. Thanks for letting Sam talk to Michael. That was very nice.
Oh, absolutely. We got Scott down here. It says he's got that set too. Oh, Scott's like a... Scott, who are you waiting for? Grieco?
No, I'm done. I was just hanging around because you guys haven't kicked me out.
Love that shirt, Scott.
That. And guess what? You just showed up again.
Yeah, no, watching John in here was a real treat.
Wasn't that freaking cool, man?
Yeah, I was one of those kids that snuck into the living room to watch like at midnight.
See?
When I was a kid.
Great
and
stuff.
Guys, just remember, people who actually purchased the tickets were able to talk to these people online, live. So that's
I recommend it.
So you out there that are watching it, you could have been participating.
Just like Scott.
Just like Scott.
Did a great job.
Now we got Scott on the spot, and he didn't even expect to be on again.
No, I did not.
But Scott, show us the shirt because we're good friends with Billy
Pond.
Oh yeah,
Did you get to visit with him, Scott? You visited with him quite a bit, didn't you?
Yeah. I got to see him at Cult Classic. I ended up becoming friends with Bill Oberst because of it. So I had a ball there, and that crew, the whole casting crew, they're all great folks.
People need to see that movie, and it's going to be coming.
Oh yeah,
a storm of Circus of the Dead. About the first part of the summer's coming hard. Be ready for that.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that.
Yes, Dread's involved, and it's going to be awesome.
All right, guys, we are moving on to the next guest. Hey, Scott, man, thanks for hanging out. I mean, that was really
cool. Oh, yeah. Thanks for having me.
And make sure you like our page and our YouTube channel. Everybody out there.
Definitely.
Like
oh, yeah. Please do.
Follow. Big things are coming. Big things are coming.
Absolutely. All right. We'll catch you later, Scott. Thank you.
See ya. Thanks.
See? I will bring anybody.
That's awesome.
Join the
You have the power.
You just got to wait for George to get back in his chair. And
what's he do? Oh, he's trying to get Richard.
No, Richard.
Richard, can I just say that Richard is the coolest dude probably in the world?
You can say Richard is the coolest dude in the world.
There is the coolest guy in the whole wide world.
You say that.
Yes, I'm glad you heard that.
I did hear that. That was really nice.
Awesome. I love you, Richard.
Thank you, brother.
All right.
See you, Lance. Oh, this has been a hell of a day.
Oh, I was just talking to George about it. I mean, just the amount of time talking and using your brain and thinking. I mean, most people in LA don't do that in their lifetime.
George, your mic's muted. George, unmute your mic, George.
Fuck you, Joe. How's it going out there, man?
You know what? You know what's bad when you're betting on simulated NFL games on DraftKings and picking like San Francisco versus Baltimore. I won 50 cents today, but it's simulated. Yeah.
Well, it's better than betting on vintage games.
Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, but also betting on gamers.
What? Like video gamers?
Like gamers, and they'll show. I don't know what games they're playing, but they'll show their kills, this and that, how many deaths, and so you'll have a group of 6, and you see if you win. I mean, I don't. It's the new norm, I guess.
Well, I do have to say we have a fan waiting to ask you a question. You up to it now, or you want to wait a minute? All right, here we go.
Wait, no, I'm not. Wait.
Oh, no, you're not. Oh, I put him on the spot. Oh. Wrong click.
Yeah, we've got Anna Iris.
Okay.
Is she down there?
I do not see Anna down there.
Okay.
But we are expecting a couple of people, so.
Yes, we are. Well, in the meantime, you're safe, you're healthy, you have your hand sanitizer handy.
I have my portable one that I bring. It's really tiny, right here.
I do these. I've been doing just straight up rubbing alcohol in spray bottles.
Oh, that's a good idea.
You know, I can go into stores and like spray things in front of people. You know,
I didn't even think about that. Rubbing alcohol. I got this one here, just in case. So, that baby, you know.
No, wait a minute.
He is just happy. Oh.
I was going to say that's considered free advertising for them, man. Put that down.
You're right. That's like liquid gold, man.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, brother, thank you for being part of DEF CON 1.
Oh, absolutely, brother.
It's cool, right? It's a cool fucking idea.
It's a great idea. And there's something I want to talk to you guys about off this later, too.
All right.
Just interesting.
Okay.
I don't know how we can pull it off, but it's really interesting. I don't want to say it because people steal the idea. So.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that's what happens nowadays.
That's what everyone does. So. That's not the new norm. That's been going on for a while. So.
We actually have AJ down here who's ready for a question.
Do it.
AJ.
Hey guys. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey Richard, how are you doing tonight?
Good, man. How you doing?
How was it like working with Johnny Depp on 21 Jump Street? Guys were young.
Dig that hole.
Well, I'm not that old. We had a good time. I mean, to think about it, the show kind of perpetuated everything. I mean, Fox, the whole thing that people saw in all the magazines and stuff like that, and as far as us clashing all the time, was more of a artistic clash. And Fox perpetuated that. They made it into Grieco Depp Grieco, kind of like a WWF kind of fight, now WWE. So, I mean, they kind of, and they were smart. because it made a rivalry, you know, and that's the reason why I was brought on the show, because the first and second season, the show became really kind of chummy, and they had no kind of antagonist. And without an antagonist on a show like that, the show kind of just falls flat, you know. But as far as Depp, I mean, we get along fine. We had our differences, obviously, but all in all, good.
That answer your question?
Yes, it did. I can barely hear it because my internet connection is going in and out right now.
Oh, suck. All right, make sure to catch the replay, man, because it came in loud and clear.
Yeah. Thank you, AJ.
Anytime. Thank you, guys.
All righty, man.
AJ's a good dude, big fan. This is his first convention, if I remember correctly. So,
cool.
Yeah, so he was excited to talk to you. So, you know what? That's pretty cool too. That's his first convention, and this is the first convention of its kind. People flipping out over you right now, brother.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Sean Smithson, so happy you're here. Grieco, the original badass Loki.
Yes, I was actually the real Loki. I mean, not the other one. That one. What the hell that Loki was.
So listen, we're scrolling GriecoArt.com across the bottom of the screen. Let's talk about that for a minute, because I don't know if a lot of people in the brigade know about this side of Grieco. Tell people what Grieco art is. If you guys haven't seen it, it's amazing. Grieco is literally, he's a phenomenal painter. And GriecoArt.com, go check it out. But tell people about that side of you, if you don't mind. I mean, just sort of, you know, how it helped create and how is,
that
you know,
yeah, that side. I mean, I used to write a lot, but I mean, writing. Sometimes your brain moves so quickly that the pen doesn't move as fast as your brain moves. So I got into painting back when I was younger, like 15 to 16, but it was always kind of literal. And I got into painting on the ground because I got so frustrated with in Montreal. I was painting with this guy who's big art dude up there, a big artist, and he wanted me to paint a tree and a landscape, and I'm like painting, and I'm like, why would I paint it when I can take a better picture of it, you know? And he goes, that's not the point. I go, well, the point is, I mean, I'm not putting any emotion in this thing. It's basically paint by numbers what I'm doing. So basically I threw the canvas on the ground and took all the paints and started doing this and this and this, and started doing more of a technique that way. And then that's how I slowly, gradually got into abstract emotionalism, which I kind of coined, you know. Actually, I did coin that. And I painted for years and years, and Dennis Hopper saw my work, and he's the one that told me to take it public. And that was in 2001. I did a movie with him in Puerto Rico called Michelangelo, and it was called The Apostate when it got released. But and he loved my work, and he said, it's not about you, it's about them, you know. And he got a piece, and unfortunately I didn't make my work public till 2008 after Dennis died, and put a piece on Facebook called Paralyzed by Thought. And then 3 days later, there was about 9 people interested in buying it, and I didn't even know what to do. So I called an art person that I knew in New York as far as price points and what have you. And that's how it started. And it basically saved my life in a lot of ways, because I had so much pent up anger and frustrations with just Hollywood and how people do things here and stuff like that, that I needed an outlet. And that was something that I could do, and it was all me. It wasn't up to editors or directors or studio heads or this and that, how it was going to turn out. I was really frustrated with Mobsters and how they edited that. And so And then I started small, and then my paintings got bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's just a pure emotion. I mean, it is what it is. I mean, sometimes you feel like you're a conduit for all emotion in a weird way, because you'll do a piece and someone will look at it and think that you almost painted it for them in a strange, odd way. That's happened to me a bunch of times. And I've done commission pieces and stuff like that for people where they'll give me ideas and about their life or about what's going on with their life, and I'll kind of come up with a color scheme and this and that. And a lot of times, I mean, a lot of times it takes me, a month and a half to finish a piece.
Yeah.
And it's really, I mean, there's nights where I'll paint 12, 15, 16 hours, almost where you're collapsing. You just collapse. And I never name a painting. They kind of name themselves, so, yeah. So that's basically, and then I've ended up selling. I've done like 5 or 6 one-man shows, and from here to New York to Europe, and sold them all over the world. So it's been.
I hope you don't mind. I always try to talk to you about things people don't generally try to talk to you about, because that's what the Indie Brigade's about. And I know what parts of you go into your paintings, because we're friends and brothers and we talk a lot. And I want to thank you for talking about that stuff with the people who are watching, because that's not something that you generally talk that openly about. And it means the world to me that you do that here with me. I do have somebody put a question up here that goes directly to a conversation you and I had that I'm going to ask from Jack Hunter, which is, but first of all, Joe's here. So,
well, I wanted to put this up before Becky beat me again.
Hey, look at that. That's my beautiful wife, Rebecca Romero. And our son is in the other room right now watching this, and he's totally fanboying out over you right now, Richard. So.
Oh, cool. Thanks, Rebecca.
Yeah, like I said, I can't deal with another beating, man.
Listen, so Jack wants to know, why hasn't there been a reboot of Booker, Richard? Is that something you want to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, there's been talks about it. I mean, I had an individual, I had a script that was written by a friend of mine. We kind of worked on it together, but he actually wrote the script. Fox wouldn't give me my name, Booker. They wouldn't. And I had one individual that was going to put $12 million into making a Booker movie. And basically, I can say what it was about, because if someone tries to do it, I have to do it. So it was basically John Wick meets Taken. He just put Booker in that kind of character. And just Booker just kicking ass. But Fox is really, and I think part of it was when they let go of Jump Street, gave it to Sony, because in the beginning I was involved with that with Cannell, and it was going to be a straight up drama. And then Fox gave the rights to Sony for Jump Street, thinking that nothing would ever come of it, and it ended up being one of the top 3 comedies of all time, R-rated comedies of all time. So I think there was a scare factor there. Like, if we let this go, is something like that going to happen again? And but I'm still working on it. I've kind of laid off, but since Disney's taken over Fox, pretty much, I think it's something that, I talked to you about this, that we should, and with Brian, we should kind of look at once everything settles down with all this Corona stuff,
Yep. I agree. And we need to, I'm very excited about that, actually. So I don't want to give too much away about what you and I have talked about.
No, but it'd be a fun one to do. It'd be a fun one to do. And I think people would really like it. And
yeah,
so hopefully.
So listen, Anna Iris, I hope I'm saying her name right. I think I am. She says she was going to hop up on screen with you, but she says she's got a bad connection, and she wants to ask you what is mostly important when trying to create an interesting atmosphere when shooting a horror film besides having a good story. That's an interesting question.
I think as far as like when I directed Clinton Road, you had to, especially when you're dealing with a minimal budget, you know, you have to, as far as effects and stuff, everything is you know, practical. So you have to really move the camera. You have to really work the camera to create it's basically creating tone and mood as far as the characters in the film, and that's a lot of fun because you're dealing with a blank canvas, and also keeping the actors pretty much on edge. I like to do. I'm really good with them and stuff like that, and they trust me. But I like to keep everybody a little, you know, like where, yeah, I'll give them great job after they do a scene and stuff like that. But there's always the next one coming up, so I like to deal in a way where that was great, but we still got a long way to go. And also dealing with the crew and the DP. A DP is paramount. I mean, paramount in this stuff because the lighting. I wanted in that movie. I wanted to use a lot of heavy blues, you know, to set the tone. And we did some fog machine, but not much. I didn't want to overdo it with that because that to me is hiding a lot of stuff a lot of times. So I think it's just and then in editing. I mean, once you shoot, you and finish the film, that's only 50% of it. The editing is so paramount and so important, and also the music and setting the tone. And so, yeah. And also, we shot actually on Clinton Road. I wanted to get the realism aspect of it, and also shooting in, you know, the real places on Clinton Road. And you can't get a permit to shoot on Clinton Road, so we kind of, you know, got lucky for 3 days, 4 days, or 4 nights on Clinton Road shooting. So yeah,
That was that whole ask for forgiveness, not permission type thing. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the night we were shooting, and I told the John not to light the whole world, and I come back and the whole freaking thing is lit, blues and this and that and everything. I'm like, oh my God, we're dead. So I said, let's just shoot and do it, and then sure enough, I see a truck coming up, and I know what it is. It's got lights on it, and he's a marshal. Not a marshal. He was a cop, but he was a marshal, a sheriff. I think it was sheriff. And we talked, and he goes, "What are you doing?" I go, "Oh, we're just doing a documentary here. You're not doing a movie on this stupid road, are you?" So no. He goes, "Do you got a permit?" I go, "Yeah, I think it's at base camp." I guess back at base camp. He goes, "Son, you can't get a permit to shoot on this road." I said, "Can you just give us a couple more hours?" And he looked at me and goes, "Hey, aren't you that kid from the Mobster movie?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "I love that movie. My wife, you can talk to my wife?" So I talked to his wife. And then I looked at him, I go, "You want to be in the movie?" He goes, "Like in a motion picture?" I said, "Yeah, in a motion picture." And so he gave me 3 nights to shoot there, and then ended up being there every night, you know, stopping traffic, helping us out, and stuff like that. So it turned out really good.
That's a cool story, man. I love that story, you know, because it's about community, you know. I mean, when you're doing the indie thing, community, we've talked about this, community will rally, you know, if your energy is good, if you're doing it for the right reasons, if you're not, you know, if you're just somebody who's out there just trying to get it done, you know, it's funny how more times than not, people will step up and help you. You know,
Yeah.
total strangers, like random acts of kindness, man. It's cool. And
There were so many. This guy Ryan, I was told of another road after we shot Clinton Road. We needed a road that where there were no cars on. I was told we had it. And then the night before we were supposed to shoot on the road, we did not have the road. This guy Ryan, who was funny, we shot out there, and this one guy, I forget his name, gave us his garage, his RV, his ATVs, his electricity. We set up base camp. He wouldn't take any money, but I ended up giving him like $500 or $1,000 cash. But Ryan found me a location, and because he looked at 3 or 4 different places, it took me, and then we finally found one down this dirt road, but it had pavement, probably about a quarter of a mile pavement, which is perfect. It's all I needed. And I met the owner of this big RV property, and they were sitting on the porch drinking beer, and they introduced us and stuff like that. I said, yeah, sure, you can shoot down the road. And they're drinking this vodka. It was like raspberry vodka or something like that, some horrible stuff in the plastic jug. And they're drinking Budweiser. So it took me and Ryan, I said, let's go to the store. Let's get them 2 cases of beer and 2 gallons of that vodka. So we came back, gave it to him, and that was like, he was our best friend for life. So that's all it took me for shoot on that road that night. Saved my ass, you know.
Okay, so listen, we got a couple of minutes here left. And then yeah, I told you, man, my brain is starting to fry itself. We got a couple of minutes left. So I can't thank you enough, brother, for coming on. Tell everybody where they can find you. Tell everybody what you want people to look up, and where to go get your shit.
Oh, you can go on Instagram. It's was it Real Richard Grieco? And Twitter, it's what the hell is it? Twitter, I don't even know what it is. Anyways, it's got a check mark, so then you'll know it's me.
While you're looking that up, Anna, whose question you answered, thank you, all her love to all of you from Greece. So she actually dialed in from Greece right now. I don't know what the hell time it is, but that's cool.
Thank you, Anna.
Brother, I love you so much, man. It
Love you
means
too,
the world
man.
that you joined us. Let's talk on Sunday.
You got it, brother.
Or no, it's Monday.
Mon-
Sunday is tomorrow.
Sunday's tomorrow.
Yeah,
Well,
we got another 8 hours of this.
Yeah.
So
I'll be
tomorrow. Yeah. So if you feel like popping in tomorrow, we'll be around. And Monday we're gonna get out that get out the Xbox, man. So
Awesome.
yeah, brother, I love you, man. Thank you.
Love you too.
Till next time, man.
Later.
Bye, Joe.
Bye. Oh, he's awesome.
Yes, he is.
All right. And now I guess it is 10 o'clock. It is time for not me, obviously. Bam.
Mr. Kane Hodder.
Oh.
Oh.
By the way, Kane, you're live.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
How are you doing, sir?
Good. I got to tell you, I've always wanted to kill Grieco in a movie. So I hope at some point I'm able to.
Oh, well, we got to make that happen. We all heard it here first at the Romero Pictures Indie Brigade and Heavy Metal Magazine's DEF CON 1. First online convention. This is happening. We're making this happen. Absolutely. Thank you for joining us, Kane.
Hey, I'm happy to be here.
I'm telling you, this is just started out as an idea. We talked about it a little bit on the phone the other day. It just started out as this little idea, and now here we are. It's 10 o'clock. We're at the end of our day one thing.
Okay, well, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. Bye. You said
And,
at the end.
Man, your participation in this thing is unbelievable, and I'm so grateful you're here. I know we've got some people who are waiting to talk to you. I don't know if Joe's got them queued up yet, but while that's happening, I want to welcome you to the Indie Brigade officially. You know, we've known a lot of the same people for a long time. We've circled around the same places for a long time, and it's a pleasure and it's an honor to have you here and talk to you face to face.
Well, thank you very much. I'm happy to be here. And I just realized that I'm wearing a fucking shirt. Oh, can I curse, by the way?
Please, please.
I'm wearing a fucking shirt with my own name on it, but it's only because this is a logo from the video game. The Friday the 13th video game has a lot of Easter eggs. And this is a logo from camping equipment within the video game. So I'm not trying to be an asshole wearing my own name, but that was just something they gave me. So,
well, this shirt is my saying. I say this all the time. If I die, film it.
Oh, that's a good. I like that. That's a good logo, I guess, to have.
Yeah. Well, this is from our Scare Tactical line. You know that a large.
Uh-oh. What happened?
George froze.
Oh.
Really?
That's a scary fucking image, too.
Right?
George Romero frozen. Oh.
Let's see if we could do anything to rectify that. Shit, it looks like you're stuck with me again. A couple of years later.
I quit then.
we do have a young man here who would love to ask you a question.
Okay.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, cool. So during the Friday 13th movies, what was your favorite kills to do in the movies?
Well, the main favorite kill that I ever did as Jason is in part 7, the first movie I did, and it involves the sleeping bag because I'm killing someone with something that's not a weapon. So I think that's pretty clever, and it's a good kill. It's interesting, I think.
Yeah.
What's your favorite kill?
My favorite kill from the movies you did? Or?
Oh, it doesn't have to be one of mine. Just in general, favorite kill from Jason.
Well, I liked when Julius got decapitated when they were fighting on the roof.
That's up in my top 5. You know, you punch some guy so hard that his fucking head comes off. That's not easy to do, believe me. I've tried.
That's awesome.
Are you back, George?
I am back.
Oh, good. We thought you had died, but we had filmed it, so that was good.
I have a theory about what happened. I think that somebody out there got nervous about the fact that you and I are talking face to face, and they shut down the whole internet.
I got a question for the young man. Is your dad behind there anywhere?
Oh, he's at the computer. He's
at the
watching it.
computer? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You didn't want to say hi also?
Huh?
I said he didn't want to say hi also?
Oh, Dad, don't you want to say hi?
Tell him I said hello. Tell him some faces are made for behind the camera.
Yeah, some faces are made for behind the camera.
He doesn't want to show his face. Well, you know, I'd probably find him if he did. I like the fact that you have part 7 behind you there, Michael.
Oh, yeah.
That's my favorite one that I did.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
That was awesome. Thank you for coming on, Michael. That was great.
Oh, thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
That was cool.
All right. Boom. That was cool what I saw of it. I literally don't know what happened. All the internet just died out of nowhere for a couple of minutes.
Well,
but anyway.
It's the Romero curse.
Yes.
Oh, God. I hope that's not a thing.
I hope it is.
Oh, man. So, listen, what is going on with you these days? What are you doing? What's happening? How are you dealing with this situation that we're all going through right now?
I mean, you know, it's a tough situation not being able to go out. And my biggest thing is not being able to go to the gym. So I fashioned a gym in my garage. And my youngest son, Reed, who I'm sitting in his room right now, he was able to work from home in the job that he has. So he was able to come here. He lives in DC right now, but he was able to come here and is currently here. I'm going to show you him right now. Hello. There he is.
What's up, man?
But
Awesome.
and my oldest son, Jace, is still working in Houston. He hasn't gotten the word to work from home. So he is still going in.
Wow. Well,
I got to show this comment because this is kind of cool. George or Kane, you want to read that?
Yeah.
Or Kane,
Hope-
can you read it?
Hey, Kane, hope all is well, man. Last July we met and you and CJ Graham signed my father's Jason Part 7 prosthetic leg. Still a top moment for us, man. You guys rock. Yes, I remember signing a prosthetic leg. I have a picture of it, in fact.
Very
Not
cool.
often you get to do that, really.
Yeah, right. Well, how bad has this convention situation kind of been messing with you? You know, I mean, it's got
it sucks because I have had the first 7 conventions of the year canceled or postponed. So, fortunately, some of them have rescheduled, and hopefully they will happen. But you know, I just miss going out and seeing everybody. It's not just only about the money, because you can tell the actors that are at conventions just for the money, and you can tell the people that are there because they enjoy meeting the fans. And most of us that do a lot of conventions just love meeting the fans. And you know, I was talking about it recently that I've been shown pictures of me in the last year of me at a convention holding an infant, like less than a year-old infant. And now that person is standing in front of me as a 25-year-old person saying, that was me. Now that's pretty amazing, really, when you think about it. You've known people for basically their whole lives.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
I used to see that kind of stuff with my dad, and I still meet people to this day who you know, talk to me and tell me about growing up with him and his stuff. And
and he, you know, and I don't say bullshit just to make people feel good, but he was a great guy. He was great with the fans. I always loved seeing him whenever I did at conventions, and he is one of the guys that made this business approachable for fans. You know what I mean? And he was just great with everybody.
Yeah.
Pleasure to be around. And, you know, people that know me know I don't say things unless I mean them. So,
well, I don't either. And you don't look like somebody who does, and I don't either. I was in an ATM the other day, and some guy walked in behind me, and he looked at me, and he said, he was talking out loud. He said, I got to get some cash too. And he looked at me, and he backed up, and I thought it was just because of the coronavirus. And he said, oh, you're one of them mean looking motherfuckers.
Well, you don't look real friendly, I must say.
Well, really, man,
yeah.
I
you don't look like the you know, type of guy that you want your kids to be around when they're alone. So, but
man,
you know, I understand that.
You're killing me. Oh my God. Oh man, no, I'm a pretty nice guy. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do something. I'm gonna have to, like, I don't know,
change that image,
dye my hair or something.
That one that's on top of the head.
So listen. So here's a question of the night. Here's what I've been asking everybody. What do you think the new landscape's going to be after this pandemic thing? What's the landscape going to look like?
As far as conventions, or
as far as conventions, as far as indie film, as far as the whole indie culture and world, and then there's a part 2.
I think it's going to be a little stall in conventions and filming, but it's not going to really affect it in the long run. Is how I feel, because you know, horror fans are very loyal, and when they will go to see a film that you've done just because they're a fan of your work, and it's something totally different, like when I've done a couple of comedies and horror fans still go to see if they, you know, can enjoy it. They're just so loyal. There's no way that you're going to affect either one of those areas of the horror business for a long time. It'll be briefly affected, but horror fans will come back.
Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, part 2 of the question is, what do you think? Do you think that the big studio system on some level is going to have to really start reaching down deep into the indie world when we come through this pandemic, almost as like almost a reset or a way to remember how to do things? Because, you know, it's such a massive industry when you get into the big money of it all. Trying to start that machine up again after this pandemic is not going to be an easy feat. And I'm wondering, you know, for a lot of our filmmakers and a lot of the people in the indie brigade, you know, with a lot of indies out there put their heart and soul into everything they do, And I feel like there's going to be a window of opportunity for more indie folks to kind of find a way in to a more lucrative sort of chapter of their career, because I think the studios are going to have to almost look to the indie world to help reboot again after this. Does that make any sense? And what do you think?
You know, it's something I didn't really think about, but it does make sense that that could in fact be the case, because there are so many areas of indie horror that could be mined for very successful, lucrative films. And I think they've seen that in the past when they've given quote unquote indie horror film director a chance to do something big. It's gone over well. So I would hope that would be the case, but you know, if in fact there ever is that chance, it would be after this ends.
I think it's going to be because indie guys, you know, you throw a little budget at an indie guy, indie girl, indie person, whatever, they can spin up in a couple of days. They can spin up in 30 days or less.
Right.
You know, once a studio pulls the trigger on $100 million, that's like trying to stop a freight train on a dime, you know,
right.
and trying to
face it, that indie people, indie directors, producers, they know how to make the money go as far as it can possibly go.
Yeah.
Working on smaller budgets. So that I would think would be appreciated by a big shot studio.
That's what I'm hoping.
This person, you know, that's used to not blowing money, blowing $1 million for one particular shot. And I'm not going to mention which one I'm thinking of, but there is one like that. I don't want to piss anybody off, but you know, there are so many directors and producers of indie films that could do great work in given a little bit bigger budget.
I agree completely. And I think there's, you know, especially these days, there's deeper, there's better storytelling. There's more attention to it. We got a lot of people talking about Victor Crowley. I figure that we should probably touch on that because we've got some people who want to hear you talk about it. Joe's back.
Well, I mean, we've got some fans that want to ask some questions also, and you're hogging them all to yourself. So
sorry about that. Okay, fine.
So my buddy Gabe here, and I'm going to take us off the screen so he can actually.
Oh, he has get behind him, doesn't he? Wow.
How you doing? You remember me, right?
Back there.
How you doing?
I'm good, man. How you doing?
I'm good. No, my Tourette's has been you remember me. Tourette's.
Yes,
I remember it's not plural.
Oh no. Yes, exactly. I corrected you on that.
I know. I was running late to this thing because Shabbos was so freaking long. Part of my lack of Tourette's or lack thereof. No, but you know, I was gonna see you in March, but I know that got canceled. And Joe posted about this. No, I got this.
And you know, by the way, before you go any further, I was in Cherry Hill.
Yeah.
Wednesday for the show, and Wednesday night Dave canceled it. I was already at the hotel.
Yeah, I was. You're gonna laugh. I booked all this stuff. You know, I was even got a ride with. I was gonna get a ride with somebody and whatever. It's.
Yeah.
I admire their safety, the way they handled it, and.
I mean, he made the right move, obviously.
You know, 100%. Yeah.
Now it's easy to cancel something because you know, but back then it was like kind of marginal, and Dave made the right choice to cancel the event and tried to reschedule it. So you know, you can't blame him at all.
No, 100%. I was going to be in Dallas too, and they postponed on my birthday weekend. You know, but I'm glad, even though I'm upset about it. Of course, I'm glad they, you know, for safety that they postponed it. They moved everything, you know, for Texas Friday.
Birthday, the 2nd or something?
2nd, yeah, you remember. Yeah.
When's my birthday, Gabe?
What?
When is my fucking birthday?
Friday the 13th.
No, come on.
Terrible, I know.
You motherfucker.
I know. Watch your Tourette's. It's okay, you can use it. No, actually, Ari Lehman, his birthday is the 2nd.
Who cares about Ari Lehman? No, I'm kidding.
Why the hell are you bringing Ari up right now?
He's the first Jason. Nobody can dispute that.
Okay, I'm not going to argue with you. I just
He was
want
in the
to
movie
ask,
10 motherfucking seconds, but he's still the first.
No, I just wanted to, your documentary, I told you about this. It was very moving to me because, I have a friend who lives with me, with my family, who had similar issues. I had a friend who passed away, who some of the stuff that you dealt with, like a combination of stuff people I know dealt with.
Right.
Some of what, I guess the thing, was there anything like, you don't have to tell me, I'm just curious, is there anything really personal that you didn't touch on? And I guess I shouldn't really ask you that here, but I mean, listen, I told you, I have Tourette syndrome, and I've dealt with a lot of stuff, and I've dealt with suicidal thoughts and all different stuff in my life that was really.
I know it hasn't been easy for you either. So
yeah, I just want to ask, like, I know you meet a lot of people with different, whether it be like a burn, or some mother told me she had a kid who was with rare disease who you connected with and really helped them. I guess my question is just like, how, I'm sure there's like, I guess such a cliche question, but like advice and like, I guess I've lived with this for more than 25 years. It's just like, I guess all I want to say is I admire you for, like how, I've been trying to turn my curse into a gift for many years now and trying to help people with different disabilities. And I don't want to hold you up anymore, but I admire you immensely. And
I appreciate the fact that you don't just sit around feeling sorry for yourself, that you
I do sometimes, but
yeah, I know, but and I do as well, even now. But that you don't always dwell on. You think, oh, you know what? Maybe somebody else will understand what I've had to deal with, like in your case, and then you could help somebody else that, whether they're dealing with the same thing or not.
Yeah,
I found that, like you were saying, I've talked to people with other situations where people stare, and and if you're having a bad Tourette day, people are going to be staring at you. So I understand the staring because of my scars.
I remember.
I take my shirt off at the beach, everybody's staring at me. So that part of it I understand, and where I can relate to other people, especially when you have something that makes people want to stare.
Yeah, it
exacerbates even harder to deal with. And people like you and I are used to the stares. Not that it ever gets easy,
right? But it's tolerable. You have to learn to live with it. And believe me, I've learned to deal with more than I ever thought I would, and I'm sure you have too.
Right. And I don't know if you feel the same, Gabe, but I feel like I would rather somebody just come up and openly ask me, hey, so what happened to your skin? How did you get burned? Or, something.
Every time I'm in public when my Tourette's is acting up, I like, if they make the effort, even I'll say if the diseases bother them, I'll make the effort to explain. But if somebody's being obnoxious, I'm not gonna. Try if need be, but every day I deal with this on the way to work, and now I have a coughing tick. So when we had the Ebola thing, I got kids yelling at me in school. Now I'm working when I'm on the way to train to work. And now that this whole thing,
your coughing has nothing to do with being ill. It's
right?
Just
yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I need to be open about it. I can't help but be open about it because I have no choice, and that's what I got to do.
Right. Which would make everybody feel better anyway. When you're just, oh, he's okay talking about it. Oh, okay. Maybe it'll help somebody else down the line, because somebody that they may know that has the same problem, or not problem.
I try to spread the
situation.
Hope and mindset, and set the example as opposed to being made an example of, or
that's why I like seeing you at conventions.
Yeah,
because I know that you can understand some of how I feel at times, and it's not easy, but you're still not shutting yourself in at the house. You're still going out and having fun.
Yeah. My working from home is sitting at a cafe and sitting on the computer doing editing. Played piano 25 years, never gave it up, even when my Tourette's acts up. So
that's right.
But I don't want to hold you up. I'm sorry to. I apologize for apologizing, but
hey, no.
What I would like to do is, George, Kane's going to be on for a little while longer. We're just going to keep Gabe on here, just for the hell of it.
Okay, I'm honored.
You can watch his ticks. Come on.
What?
I'd like to point out that Kane said I'm the one who looks like an asshole.
Well, wait a minute.
It's my birthday, motherfucker.
Fine. It was Arab Shabbos the 13th yesterday. Forget it.
Gabe, you told me they were fleas, not ticks.
Hey, Gabe, remember when you told me that George looked like he had been in prison? I agree. You've been incarcerated, have you not, George?
Say what?
You've been incarcerated for some period of time. Where? Somewhere,
Oh,
right?
no, I don't like to talk about it.
Just remember it's being recorded.
Good friends belly out of jail. Best friends sitting there and talk about what awesome time you had last night. You know?
Ridgely has been in county jail. I understand that. Sure that.
No matter how many times I call shotgun, they always put me in the back seat. Such chutzpah.
Gabe, you're awesome.
I've known Gabe a long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we met in 2006. I remember I still have the photos from my CVS. You know, you got to develop that film in the CVS before everybody had a digital camera time.
And I haven't aged at all since that photo, have I?
You haven't. I haven't. When I was 18, I looked like I was 12. Now everybody thinks I'm either 23 or 17, and it's dangerous. You know, when you look 17 but you're not.
We got another fan that's gonna ask a question. We got Scott down here who's been a sport all night long. So Scott, I'm pulling you up, man. What do you got for Kane?
What's up, brother?
Oh gosh.
Scott.
Yeah.
Are you in a motel currently?
No, I'm at home.
Oh, okay.
Kane may have been there before.
No. I just don't like people seeing in my window.
Good idea.
Respect that.
But oh gosh, what was the most fun that you've had on any set?
Oh man, I mean, there's been so many fun.
If you could pick just one thing that sticks out in your head.
I've talked about it before, but in 43 years in this business now, the single most amazing night of shooting I've ever had is Jason Takes Manhattan being in Times Square, because I was in full costume. There were hundreds of people on all sides of Times Square watching us film, and I felt like the biggest rock star. And it was just so amazing. I don't think you could ever do that again, where you block off Times Square from all sides. Every street entering Times Square was blocked by NYPD and people behind the barriers. So I can't imagine that could ever happen again. But 1989, it did. And that was the single most amazing time of shooting in any film I've ever done.
Thank you for that.
All right, Scott, I won't put you on the spot anymore. He was down there, and he's been a sport throughout the whole broadcast. So I figured, hey, you know what? He's been patient. Let's do it.
Was he on with everybody else too?
No, just a few people.
How was RA, by the way? You already had him on, right?
Yeah, but you know what? We couldn't get his camera working, so it was like a black screen, so it was like a radio interview.
Yeah, just as well. You've seen RA, haven't you?
Yeah.
You don't need to be looking at his ugly ass face.
He's supposed to be on the Texas Chainsaw panel tomorrow. So.
Yeah.
Oh,
So-
that's I stunt doubled him in that movie, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
He brought you up.
He talked about that today.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. He
And
had
also-
nice things to say about you.
And remember
He
when you
did?
came out
Yeah.
when in Freddy vs. Jason, where they're watching you on the TV, and you said that was like, I don't know, there was something where you were in Freddy vs. Jason, but you were like in the background. They were watching Texas Chainsaw 3.
It was on the TV. Chainsaw Massacre 3 was on the TV in the
Asylum, I think it
or
was.
whatever.
Yeah.
And there was a scene of Leatherface doing something, and it was actually me.
Yeah.
It wasn't RA. And I was like, you fucked me out of that movie, and I'm still in it. And I didn't get paid for it.
You didn't get royalty? No royalty?
No, because
Not
I
even in
think
Freddy vs. Jason.
RA probably got paid because they thought it was him.
Yeah, and the whole thing is, the first time I ever spoke with Kane on my original show, he said, if you bring that movie up, so help me God, I will.
And by the way, RA hates when I tell people this, but nobody knows what RA stands for.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he told me he wouldn't tell me. Like, only a couple of people know. I think Dan.
I do know.
There when,
and I'll share it with you. It stands for reach around.
I don't know if I'm going to tell them that when I see it in September. But
I do know what it really stands for, but I'm not going to tell you because I have to kill you.
I actually wanted to mention, and Steve Dash was. I know it was like he was great, and when I first met him, I think was shortly after when I first met you, Kane. And this is the first. It's from him. When I first met him,
the real Jason,
2006. Oh, still have it, still on my wall, and sorry. He signed this to me back in 2006, and I had it ever since.
Wow, he took up the whole fucking thing.
Oh yeah, I guess that was his event. And he and I also we both are Polish. My grandfather, and his last name is one of those Polish names he can't pronounce, so he's gonna shorten it. Me, I never shorten it, but
exactly.
It's on there. Sombalista is supposed to Symbolista. Everybody thinks it's Italian or Spanish.
His was Daskowitz.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, he's
to Dash. He never cared that he played the character until somebody else was going around saying that was all me in that movie, which is why he suddenly said, wait a minute, if somebody's making money saying they're Jason in part 2, it should be me. So that's why justifiably he started doing conventions. And he was one of my buddies on the circuit.
The part spray you always pulled on him.
Best friends of people that play Jason were Steve and CJ.
Yeah, you guys were always like came in trios and threes. Yeah. And you had the fart spray. You always liked to. I almost watched a Jason. I almost watched a Jason versus Jason fight.
George is thinking, what the fuck?
I'm loving every minute of this.
I have a Sprit bottle that I love to.
Yes, Steve might have called it that.
Put it around certain actors when they don't know I do it. It's called Liquid Ass. That's fantastic. Disgusting smelling fucking Sprit. And the best victim I had for I don't know how many conventions, I would spray it near Danielle Harris's table. I heard her talking to her sister, I think it was one time, saying, why the fuck every convention I go, it smells like shit. I had such a good time fucking with her for so long, and then she finally caught me doing it, and she still hasn't forgiven me for that.
She's a tough cookie. I think she's gotten past it.
Oh, right. It's a fun prank for people that don't like the smell of shit. And who does, really?
Oh, I sprayed my bathroom with lemon scented Febreze. It smells like citrus now.
Oh, well, everybody, we are wrapping up here. We're at the end of our show.
Wait a second. Gabe, I'm going to bounce you out, man. We appreciate you coming on.
Thank you, Gabe.
Awesome.
Sure. It's good to speak to you guys. Good to see
Gabe,
you.
I will see you. If Monster Mania happens in June, I'll see you there. But if not, August, hopefully.
I'll see you in hell, but at least all my friends will be there. I'm going down to every religion. That's good to see you, Gabe. Love you, brother.
Watch your back, Gabe.
Oh, always. Wait, what?
Gabe is awesome.
Yeah.
I just got to bring up some of the people that have
David Lee Madison,
it's all possible that want to say hi.
Yeah, I'm on screen with Kane Hodder.
Hey, you guys.
What's up, brother?
I'm not freaking out too bad.
All right. Well, I say hi and
Hi, Kane. Hi, Kane.
I'll find out where you live.
That's right. Houston, Texas. Come on.
All right.
When the pandemic's over.
Let me just make one suggestion. Don't piss me off. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I may be getting up in age, but that doesn't mean I'm any less violent.
Oh, you scare the shit out of me. Yeah.
As the walls in my garage would attest to.
Awesome.
Hi, Kane.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Is that Sam?
It
That's
is.
right.
I've had
All
a
right.
ball listening to you bust these guys' balls. That's awesome.
Yeah.
They can hold their own. They like it.
You know what was the greatest thing? When I used to go to conventions with Steve Dash when we would promote Mr. Hush, Kane used to love to mess Steve Dash's hair up. And Steve would get so...
What was my nickname for Steve Dash?
What was that?
Oh, come on, man. I made sure I used it as much as possible. and it makes sense when you talk about me messing up his hair. My nickname for Steve Dash was Blow Dry. His hair was always perfectly coiffed. So, of course, when I see that, I got to fuck it up.
One time we were driving to Altoona together, Kane, and he was literally in the car next to me, and he was the only guy I ever knew who had a battery-operated blow dryer.
Is that true?
I'm deadly serious.
Oh,
do you remember that red Cadillac he had?
Does not surprise me.
Do you remember that red Cadillac he had?
Yeah.
He had in that red Cadillac like a little box with all his hair care products. It was like driving around with Fabian. And he had a blow dryer, and we're there on Route 80, and you know how he talked? He's like, I'm doing this show about taxi cabs. I'm like, okay. And all of a sudden he pulls out an electric blow dryer that is battery operated and one of those big round brushes that's completely round, and he's doing his hair on Route 80 as we're driving to a show.
That does not surprise me, which is why I called him Blow Dry. So pissed off at me for fucking up his hair.
You know, all kidding aside, though, he was very gruff on the exterior, but once you got to know Steve, and much like yourself, Kane, he was a very, very kind-hearted and wonderful human being.
Fuck you.
I don't want to badly, you know it.
I don't want to fits in here so perfectly. It's not. Shut the fuck up, Joe. Kane fits in here so perfectly.
Hey, you know, Sam and Lance, they do make earbuds that are wireless now. I don't know if you knew.
We're old school.
We share a mic, and you can't split the earbuds, so we're stuck because we're together.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Keeps the leash short too.
I'm the guy that's stuck in the fucking 80s myself. So whenever I can make fun of somebody else, I try. But everybody that knows me says, you do the same fucking thing. You have the wired headphones too. So
that's awesome.
Well, one thing I have to say is I spoke with Kane a couple of years ago on my show. One of the coolest things ever, and I hope you join us on the Indie Brigade sometime so we could kind of do this again, is you were in your garage doing our program, and the fan art, you went all the way around and showed all the fan art in your garage. That
Still there.
Oh, we'd love to see that.
Yeah.
And we would love to have you come back when we can spend some time and talk a little bit more in depth about some stuff. And you know, we'd love to have you back, man.
Now, George, you need some time to prove you're not a bad guy.
Huh?
You need some time to prove you're not a bad guy.
That's right.
I think he knows I'm not a bad guy.
All right, Wagner, say goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Show. Great show.
Bye.
Okay, and Mr. David Lee Madison, say goodbye.
Dave,
Goodbye, David Lee Madison. It's great seeing you again, Kane. Talk to you soon, pal.
You too, Dave. See you.
This was awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Kane.
Guys. I appreciate it. I'm hoping that the horror community liked what we did here and what we continue to do tomorrow and everything. So thank you for having me be a part of it.
Oh, thank you, man. The honor is all on this side of everything. So thank you. I'm thrilled to be talking to you face to face. And, you know, I look forward to talking to you about a lot of other things, including killing Richard Grieco.
Yes. I'll twist his fucking head off. Okay, Rich.
And put a couple of hairs out of place.
All right, brother.
All right. See you guys.
See you.
Thank you.
All right.
Wow. Okay.
Guess what?
This is the end of day one.
This is that day one, block one, day one, block two. Tomorrow's day two, block one, day two, block two.
What you just said.
We did it. We did it. KaneHodder.com. We didn't get to talk about that with him, but we're running late here. We're getting to the end of our stream leash. So listen, I don't even know how to thank everybody for making today as successful as it was. We had a couple tech glitches, but everybody seems to be pretty cool with it and understand that's what happens in the world of live shit. This is unbelievable.
They want to say goodbye again. It's like the worst family reunion ever.
No. Before you guys sign off, I want to tell you guys what an incredibly amazing job you did. And I'm extremely proud even to have been a very, very small part of this. So thank you again. And you guys should be very proud of the job you guys did.
Thank you very much, David. That means the world. And thank you.
I mean, talking to people like Kane is torturous at best.
Well, thank you for being much more than a small part, for being an integral part of today, and for being a part of the Indie Brigade, brother. I'm so proud to have you. So,
My
thank
pleasure.
you. Thank you.
Good night, everybody. Thank you for having me.
Good night, Dave.
Absolutely. We appreciate all your help. And Lance and Sam, same thing. We appreciate all your help.
What a show. Wow.
Wow. What do you guys think? Do you like it? Was it good?
It was exactly what I thought. I thought there'd be some glitches. I thought it was just it was perfect.
And again, we will have Linnea on our show to make it up to the fans that actually signed up for her. We do apologize. Sam sporting the Wagner Wild shirt, and of course Lance with the Indie Brigade shirt.
I had my third shirt today. Third shirt.
So tomorrow I want to make a drinking game. Every time he says OMG, OMG, somebody has to drink.
I never say OMG.
Well, you don't. But
it's
you,
like holy shit
like,
or
yeah,
oh my
okay.
God. Like I'll say oh my God.
But like every time he
OMG.
makes that expression of whatever the excitement is, somebody has to drink.
Oh, real quick before we sign off. Damon Williams, Thad Timothy, David Martin, Tyann Draco, the guy, everybody's stuck through almost the whole thing. Blanking on other names. Everybody has stuck through this since it started, and it's amazing. Those are some really, really good people.
That's incredible.
All the way
Thank
through.
you.
All the way.
I can't thank everybody who stuck it out with us enough. I mean, this is this started as just like a hey, conventions are getting canceled. What do you guys think this is a good idea or is it a bad idea? And now here we are at the end of day one. And you know what? The only regret I have is that we didn't have another Facebook live stream going with just a camera on Lance watching.
Exactly. Yes, you guys would be like, "That's funny. He deserves a drinking game."
I was very excited.
Awesome.
Very excited.
Well, thank you guys for everything, and
We love you guys, dear.
love you guys too.
Love you guys. We will see you tomorrow.
See you in the morning.
See you
You gotta
tomorrow.
say it, George. You gotta say it, George. You gotta say it.
Oh no, we're not there yet. We got more stuff.
Not yet.
to talk
Not yet.
about.
Okay.
You're getting a little too cocky. No, I'm kidding.
Man, all right. So for everybody who has watched and stuck with us all day today, please go check out our guest merch listings in the DEF CON 1 guest storefront. Go check out the vendor tables. Go browse the vendors listed. We've got some amazing artists and amazing people selling some amazing things in the Romero Pictures Heavy Metal Indie Brigade DEF CON 1 vendor area. That's a lot to say. Say it. Go ahead.
I could just do that.
That's it. I'm never rehearsing again.
It's been an awesome day, man.
It has been an awesome day. Are you ready to call it? All right. Well, thanks again, everybody, for your love, for your support. Romero Pictures, Indie Brigade, Heavy Metal Magazine, DEF CON 1. We will be back tomorrow with 7 amazing 1-hour panels and demos. Come back, check it out. Do not, leave tonight. Go do what you're going to do. We're all going to drink. So go and have a good night.
For those of you that are here now who didn't catch last night's episode with the heavy metal announcement and everything, go watch that. YouTube and Facebook.
Go watch that. And that's a really good idea. You should spend every waking moment between now and when tomorrow starts watching more Indie Brigade. So check it out. Stay with us forever and always. We'll stay with you forever and always. But until tomorrow and until next time, kindly go fuck yourselves. To be an indie means we buck a system that doesn't want us. To be a fringe filmmaker means we don't do it for them. We do it for ourselves. To be an outlaw on the fringe means we'll die before we fail. Be an outlaw.